Oh God, what is
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, January the 21st. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. So, first of all, I know this is only in the YouTube channel, our YouTube room right now. Our other room, our main room is down. There is a login process problem, so we'll have to YouTube it until we get that fixed. But first of all, I just want to make sure that you, yes and yes, thank you, Thomas. You knew my question. Okay, so you can see my screen and you can hear me. So again, until the main room gets fixed, but a lot of you are only in my YouTube or in the YouTube room anyway, so it's probably not going to be that big a difference. So the only issue is that I cannot, let me see if I can do something. I usually in the other room I'm able to post the pre-market actives. Oh, wait a minute, I'm just getting a message. Okay, just a second. Just 1 second, please. Just give me 1 second, please. I'm just trying to talk to our development here. Okay, so the problem I have in the YouTube feed is that I cannot post things the way I want to, but let me just see if I can break it up, see if it'll accept. Yeah, it's just not accepting it, guys. Okay, anyway, you know what? I'll just go over the... Well, actually, let me see if I can break it up, see if it'll work. Okay, there are a few. I got down to QTT. Okay, and here are the rest of them. All right, so let's take a look at some of the things that are happening this morning. Okay, so first of all, crypto's taking it on the chin here. Crypto, GBTC. Look at this move down. I mean, looks like a couple of weeks ago. I mean, this is the ETF for crypto. We were up at $49, and now we're at $32.90. So this is a pretty big drop. Things like Mara and Riot and all the other crypto players, they've all been dropping, obviously, the same way. So for the time being anyway, crypto is in disfavor. BBIG. Let's see if it's still up. BBIG. Yeah, it's still kind of holding. Not really, though. I mean, this got up as high as $7 pre-market. It's still up 219%. Announces signing ZASH, BBIG and ZASH, Z-A-S-H, announces signing of an agreement to complete the plan of a merger. Now, you remember yesterday, we had that one that went absolutely insane on the same type of news. Now, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with this one. But, and in fact, the other one didn't really start to move until the market opened. There was a little pre-market activity for that one, and then the market opened, and it just shot up. So this is a little bit different. It already has had its big move up in the pre-market, so it may start to drift down. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. That's the one I was, yes, thank you. It was OBLN that did that yesterday on the merger news. Gene is a gap up on, let's see if I can see it. It's a virus play. Gene is a virus play. G-E-N-E is a virus play. Well, you can choose whatever you want, moderate or when you get into it, you can if you're talking about auto trading, you can choose whatever you want, moderate or conservative. Sorry, guys, I'm just still kind of talking with our development, see if we can get this other room fixed before the market opens. But anyway, I'll keep going now. ADXN is, let's see, this is a big gap up. Look at this, 57%. FDA IND approval, and they are collaborating with Janssen on this. So that's a huge move for ADXN. Look at the volume, 1.3. It's only 2.3 million in the float, so man, anything can happen once this thing opens. ADXN. CLSN. Well, the reason is some people just like to hear me and watch my screen. They don't care about interaction, and I guess going to YouTube is easier. That's all, I guess. CLSN, guys, CLSN, a big move up, and I'm trying to see if there's any specific news. So there's a termination, some kind of termination agreement. Celsius says from September 8th, 2020 through termination delivered. Okay, I'm just trying to read this news here. It didn't appear earlier when I was looking at this. Okay, notice there's Lincoln Park Capital terminating a purchase agreement with Lincoln Park Capital. So they've terminated a purchase agreement. I guess that's the big pop, the reason for the big pop for CLSN. Everybody's different though, okay? Obviously, everybody's different cylinder. That's why we have the two feeds going. MDLY, this was a big move after hours. MDLY, a huge move after hours. You know, it's still up 28%, but at one point after hours, this was up to $17. So, I mean, this is really fallen from its after hours highs. QT, just two T's. QTT is a gap up on. I don't see any specific reason for this one to be up. Just looking at the news for today, it had a good day yesterday. It got through the 200-day moving average, and it's continuing. This is the one that I don't know if it's going to pop today at all, but CRDF, I mean, it's up 13% right now. It was beaten up for the last, well, yesterday it had a little bit of the comeback day. You can see that bottoming tail for CRDF right here. It got down to 10.10, and it closed right here at $11. It is trying to recover. The previous 2 days were just disaster for this for CRDF, especially I think this was Friday and this is Tuesday. And this is Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday. So Friday was the big, remember Monday was a market holiday. So yeah, the big down day was Friday, had a continuation down on Tuesday. Yesterday, it stabilized a little bit, and maybe we're in for a bit of a bounce today for CRDF. I mean, it's already up 12%, but will it hold? That's the $1 million question. ADTX. And again, just trying to, okay, so again, this is news. You know, when I first look at these I'm not seeing the news, but now I see the news. So rising 16% on launch of immune monitoring device. So this is a COVID play. This is a virus play. ADTX is a virus play. CTMX, this is gap down, but CTMX is gap down. It is a financing, and the financing approximately 14.2 million shares at $7 a share. So it is off the financing price at $7.50. It got right almost down to it and it popped off it. So we'll have to see what happens, see if it drifts down towards the financing price or it holds and moves. ITRM is it's still gapping up, big gap up actually. 13 had a great day yesterday, got up to $2. It closed here at $1.73, so it's almost at basically it's yesterday's high. Got through the 200-day moving average yesterday. Look at the volume for ITRM. Again, I can't see any specific news for it today. It's probably all the news was yesterday. Fubo. I know some of you are following Fubo, F-U-B-O. And the only sort of news I see on this is an upgrade by Barrington and putting a $40 price target on it. I don't see any other news. Now, I can't remember if it was Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan. Previous to that, I think, might not have been either of those two, but some other investment firm, maybe it's Needham, I just can't remember. When it was down in this area, they had actually put a $65 price target on it, or a $60. OCX. Let's see if it's still holding that gain. OCX. Yeah, not too bad. It's holding after hours, big move after hours, 10%, 62,000 shares. Not a huge number, but if you look at the monthly chart, the next high looking left is up at 560, so it does have some room. Had a great day yesterday, so this may be a continuation day for OCX. And again, yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. So they did a, see, that was on the 20, so they did a financing, $25 million financing, but it seems to have shaken that off. WPRT. WPRT, there is news on this one. WPRT. I deal with I guess a company called Scania, car and truck manufacturer, WPRT. So that's a nice break out of this daily right here. It's Canadian stock out of, where are you? Out of Vancouver, hometown. So just for those of you the first time, is there a comparison that you can make? Those of you in our YouTube feed who normally are in the main trading room, does there appear to be any difference, lag, when I'm popping things up on the screen? Does it seem any different to you? I have no idea about Oberlin, if it's going to continue. I mean, it's gapping down today a little bit. No idea if it's going to continue. I mean, it hit 1080 something yesterday. I have no idea. I have to wait for the market to open. No difference? Okay, interesting. If the way of conversing with everybody in the YouTube feed was better and my ability to post, we could almost do YouTube exclusively. But anyway, that's for another day. Now, normally I go over the upgrades and downgrades, but I just cannot post them in. Guys, I should say one thing. I am in GSAT, okay? Where are you, Ija? Are you in the room, Ija? I am actually in GSAT. I ended up taking this one right near the end of the day at about, it was 124, so a little bit up right now. Well, there's no question. I mean, the other room is more of a trading room. There's no question. It's just so YouTube does have limitations like that. But anyway, guys, you know what? We'll muddle through today. Hopefully they can get this login issue fixed. And another one that I'm have scratched down here is NNDM. I don't know if NNDM is still up. Yeah, it's only up 3% though. But I mean, look at this break here. What a few months it's had. Is this 3D? It did get up to 1220 pre-market, So, but it's a kind of a nice little breakout right now. But again, you always have to wait for the market to open to see exactly what it's going to do. Right now, it looks like it's trying to fade a little bit. Yeah, there is a login issue. We're totally aware of it. But luckily, our YouTube room as a good backup. Fuel cell guys, fuel cell FCEL. Earnings play. It's down. It's down 5%. FCEL. And here's Alcoa, guys. So this is an earnings play. Alcoa, an earnings play, and it is gapped down a little bit, 5%. And this is a big area for it to try to hold. It's at 2165 right now. You can look right there. There is a low. The next I think that's the next low looking left is around 2121. If it takes out 2121, this could start a bit of a free fall. So keep an eye on Alcoa, AA. What I'm going to do is just I'm going to create a price alert right at that level and see if it takes it out. NDRA was another one I had written down for some reason. Let's see why I wrote that down. NDRA, okay, so it's up 10%. It's only up 20 cents. Decent volume already. Had a big day yesterday. Well, actually, it's had two big days, but the only issue, of course, it's sold off. Got up yesterday. It got up to 258, and it sold all the way down to 204, trying to recover somewhat. Guys, keep an eye on this DSS. This could get very interesting. I think this is the one that did a financing yesterday. Memory serves me, so it's above yesterday's high already. And look at the potential gap fill. This is for DSS. Just give me a moment, please. While I do make an adjustment on one of my other monitors. Okay, anything else popping in here? I'm not sure. I mentioned the ONCS. ONCS is, the issue with this is that there's, a little bit of resistance on the daily chart all the way up to that $7 level. So I'm not convinced that it's going to keep moving. Decent volume already. It's only 12 million in the float. So again, like everything else, we just have to wait for the market to open to see, how some of these movers in the pre-market, how they react once the market opens. No predictions, of course. You just have to wait. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. And if you want to follow my watch list up and down, if you click from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then my watch list right here. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So if you click on anything in the channel bar, if you have a layout already up and running, that layout will be replaced, okay, by the layout from the channel bar. So just make sure if you do anything from the channel bar, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first so you don't lose it. Yeah, there's an issue, Brent. We're aware of it. We're going to have to be on YouTube until the issue is fixed. There's a login issue. Totally aware of it. Problem is, we got some sleepy heads that trade. Most of the people are on the West Coast, so anyway, we'll be fine. It's just a little harder for me to hand out links and follow the conversation. It's just a little more difficult within YouTube, but you know what? We'll get through it. And okay, guys, remember I put an alert down here for Alcoa. I mean, this is a big area for it to try to hold. This is an earnings play today, AA. I don't even know how to put a note up here. HZO. I don't follow. I mean, there's no volume on it, so hard for me to know what's going on here. Boat dealers. I mean, obviously it's an all-time high right now, so really have nothing to add. I mean, it's an all-time high. Well, it will be an all-time high up here at 44.56. It's been basing, in the daily chart, but there's no volume, so it's hard to know what's going to happen today. Very, very, very low float. 21 million in the float for a $40 stock is very, very low. Yeah, but if I put that here, then if I put something on the room somewhere, it's going to cover up something. It's okay. I mean, we'll be fine today. I'm sure it's going to get fixed sometime today. All right, guys, I'm going to change my layout now. Give me one moment. Okay, just letting my layout load, getting set for the open in 3 minutes. Is this the 12:30? No. Okay, so that is good. Yeah, one moment, just rearranging some things. Okay, so we should be ready now. Yeah, there's a problem, okay? JJ, there is a problem with our logging in from the website to the main room. We're going to be in YouTube until that gets fixed. WIMI, LIACF. That's probably, it's either a Canadian stock, LIACF. Yeah, I just don't look at the pink sheet stocks. I'm sure it's co-listed on Canadian exchange. I shouldn't say that. I don't know for sure. I mean, I did see lithium. LAC was pretty active this morning. Another lithium stock was pretty active. Another Canadian one, but this is a little more. This one has a little more following. Had a crazy after hours. I don't know if I can believe these topping tails. 26.84. No, there's no ETA. No ETA. I'll let you know. Believe me, I'll let you guys know. Okay. Wimmy. By the way, the market's going to open in less than 30 seconds, guys. So let's have a great trading day today. As usual, I'll be watching my moving higher with unusually strong options very, very closely. Yeah, I don't know anything. Well, Wimmy, I mean, there's no action really right now. And LPCN, I did see LPCN, but I thought it was giving up its gains. Yeah, actually, it's not bad. I mean, if it holds over 2, you know, there's the high right there, 219, and then looking left. So I mean, obviously, if it can take out those, I mean, then it's got a shot to get up that 3 level. All right, guys, we are now open. Just one moment, please. All right, I'm back, and as I said, I'm in this GSAT, guys, at 124. Aja, if you're in the room, thank you for that one. Again, nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45. I typically do not trade until then anyway. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Okay, I will, because I don't have anything in here yet, I will put a little announcement. Okay, I'll just put that there so that people know. It's a good idea, thank you. Okay, look how whippy, look at CLSN. So it got all the way up to 281, sitting, dropped 30 cents just like that. Lots and lots of volume, CLSN. So this is continuing down so far. And we have a first halt of the day, CRTD. All right, CRTD, just wow, and this is going to have a huge open, could have a huge open here. CRTD, low float, 4.6 million in the float. Celebrates first year of Vocal Challenges feature in partnership with Moleskine. I have no idea what this is, but when I say it might have a huge open, well, okay, it's back down to that where it's halt at 560. I was just looking at the bid and ask. At one point it was 660, 660. So anyway, we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, there's no, there's a login issue. Okay, the main trading room is down today. So we'll be here until further notice. So wow, Bitcoin is really, really taking it on the chin. Look at this. Look at this move down for Mara or Riot. I'm sure Mara is following suit. Take a look at Bitcoin itself. Well, the ETF, GBDTC. What's Bitcoin's price right now, guys? Anybody tell me that? So right now we've basically got a flat market. NAS is up a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. Kind of a flat market right now. But boy, Bitcoin is just, look at Riot on the way down here. Again, it's never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. 32,000, thank you, Buddha. Okay. 31 and change. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, ONCS is okay. It's still holding. The only issue I've got with it, when you look left, you start to see these little highs here: 651, 665, and then up here at 713. That's fine, but these two little highs here may block it. But it is a low float, 12 million in the float. It's a $42 million share offering at 5.45 a share. Another one that is really off the financing price. Almost $1 above, over $1 above it. Well, and also, cannabis is not breaking out yet. Anyway, there's the ETF for cannabis, MJ. Yeah, BBIG now. Okay, so this merger. The only, we had the one yesterday, of course, the OBLN, which was sensational. The difference between this one and the other one, in terms of the news, same sort of news, a merger. I was very surprised to see what OBLN did on that news. But OBLN did not have the huge gap pre-market. It had a gap, but not a huge gap. And then once the market opened, it just zoomed up. Now, they both were low floats. And this one could keep moving, but it's hard to know. I mean, there's really, I don't know if this is not an IPO. This is probably a symbol name change back here, BBIG. Probably was another symbol. So that's why it looks like an IPO, but it is not. All right, so that little pop-up for Cardiff, which seems to be short-lived, CRDF. And we have another halt. So CRTD is still halted, 930. This is still halted. We have another halt right now, ADXN, but this one got halted on the way down. So this is, and CRTD just resumed, and a little bit of a gap up, little bit of a gap off the halt price. 560 was the halt, so it's a little bit of a gap. All right, I'm waiting for our first moving higher with unusually strong options. Nothing yet. Wow, Bitcoin, guys. Look at Mara, look at Riot, look at GBTC. Just really, really sinking here. Keep an eye on CCO. This is on my watch list. Okay, nothing will trigger in here until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. But this is moving. It's above yesterday's high now, CCO. Look at the room CCO has. It's not a low float, 461 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. But the relative volume is 12, so it's certainly trading actively. All right, this one is on the move here. This THMO. And what did it do yesterday? Yeah, almost a doji-like day yesterday. And let's take a look at it on the weekly chart. First of all, it's, very low float, 5.4 million in the float. Let's take a look at it to see what sort of room It's got, what are the next highs looking left? So we're at 275. The high right there is 241. The high right there is 274. So there is the next high looking left. It's right there. If it can get through that, I mean, 345 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, there is a problem, Chris. Yes, we know there's a problem. That's why I have if you can see my screen, the main trading room is down today. So we'll be in the YouTube feed until further notice, okay? All right, so things have actually settled down a little bit here for me. I'm not getting as many alerts. Usually they're firing off pretty steadily for the first half hour. Oh, here we go, some more coming in. NGL, look at this one, Energy Partner. Look at the volume coming in. That's not a low float, 121 million in the float. If you look left, what do we see here? 269. So this has got some room. I mean, yeah, this has got some room to the 4 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but well, the noon handover will be no issue whatsoever. I just stopped streaming here. It's a non-issue. All right, guys, we have now a leg down on the SPY. We do have a leg down on the SPY a little bit. We have a red candle. This is the first 15-minute red candle. We'll see what We'll see what happens if it maintains its redness. All right, if you have the AI, you know there is an early alert. Okay, ADXN just resumed. All right, guys, that first AI alert is super good so far. Or it's the second one, actually. Huge winner right now. Look at this. Okay, I can talk about it now. I don't display it. Here was the alert at 10:01. I'm actually in this one. This is right up my alley. The one's under $20. Look at this. So the alert was at 10:01. We're at 10:70. I've taken some out. I just want to protect. It's a little early still, so I don't want to see this thing come right back down. It's interesting because they did a financing, and I think the financing was at $7. I want to make sure about that. Yeah, I think it's at $7. Is that right? $8.50. I'm sorry, it's an $8.50 a share. Still way above the financing price. Yeah, there is a PDF. I don't have access to it. There is a PDF if you're interested. If you go to info@trade-ideas.com and request the PDF, okay? Rich, JAF Rich, and request the PDF that'll outline the AI strategies. Okay, so I'm all out of that one right now, guys. I mean, I don't hang around too much. When you get a big pop like that, you've got to take some out. I don't care what the AI is saying. You know, you get in at, I didn't get in quite at 10, but if it's something that pops up to 1072, this is a 2-minute candle. You know, I can always get back in. I mean, there's a ton of room, of course. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with CMR. Excuse me, sorry. I don't know what's going to happen to CMRX for the balance of today, but you know, the AI has not exited any position whatsoever out of it. No algo kicked in. All I'm saying is that, you know, you can't let this go right back down to the entry price. You know, I just think it's prudent. That's why we're always saying that, you know, managing some of the the exits on your own, in my opinion, is the way to use the AI. This is Pola. Pola. Look at the volume that came in that first 15 minutes. So Pola is not quite an all-time high. I guess this is the all-time high up here. Excuse me, it hit last week. All right, AST. Now this, you know, I don't typically look at stocks under a dollar. It popped over a dollar, dropped under a dollar again. This is a big float, 96 million in the float. However, and there is, well, that's the weekly. What sort of room does this have? I have to back this monthly chart out. Okay, guys. Well, this has got room. If this holds over a dollar, keep an eye on ACST. I don't know if there's specific news on it right now, but if it does, because look left on that monthly chart. Look how much room this has. That is ACST. Now, I'm not telling you to buy it, okay? I'm pointing out an opportunity. It's up to you to decide if it meets your style of trading, your trading plan. But you can just look left, and you know, if it holds over a dollar, it's not a low float. I'm watching this one to see how well this holds over a dollar. I mean, this has got a ton of room. I don't know. I don't see any specific news on it. Just watching it as it still maintains over. I'm talking about the ACST, as long as maintaining over a dollar. I mentioned this one earlier, this THMO. We saw that it was over that high there, so I guess the next high looking left is 345. So I mean, this has some room if it wants to keep moving. All right, guys, keep an eye on that ACST. The longer it holds over a dollar, you know, giving us a little bit of a base to get in at, the better. And I'm interested in it for one reason only. You look left on that monthly chart and look at the potential fill. There's nothing else in the way. You know, you don't have to look at a weekly, really. I don't think so anyway. No. All right, guys, I've taken some of this, okay? I'm in at 106. If it gets down to a dollar, I'm out. So that's on the ACST, sorry, ACST. I'm just waiting on it to see if it wants to pop out of here. Okay, guys, I'm still, well, let's put some price alerts up here, see if I can induce it a little bit. Oh, this one from yesterday. This is the one that I was in yesterday. What a great, great trade it gave us yesterday. BZH, and it's continuing. Home Builder. What a great, great trade this gave us yesterday. All right, guys, I may be getting out of this one. You know, the AC, yeah. Okay, so I'm out of that one. I took a 5-cent loss on the AC. I'm going to look at it again if it gets over, say, 110. Okay, ACST. If it gets back over, say, this level here, I'll take a look at it again. Just don't like the way it's trading right now, so I can always get back in if it meets that level. So I'm out of the ACST for a 5-cent loss. So I am in the GSAT from yesterday. It was 125. It is, yeah, 125. Look at Zynga. Zynga on the move here. Oops. Zynga on the move here. All right, guys, I'm just kind of going to do some thumbnail work on my other chart, on my other monitors. Oh, I mentioned NGL. I know I mentioned NGL a little bit earlier. Look at this run for NGL. Wow. I mentioned this maybe on a 3 break, and it has room to that 4 level. Yeah, I'm kind of watching this YouTube feed, and I can see there's a delay, at least from my end. Maybe I don't know if it's on only in my computer, but when I'm typing in a chart, getting a new chart up, it seems to be a bit of a lag. So what chart do you guys see right now? What do you guys see right now? If you're watching my screen, what chart do you see right now? Oh, you do see SYPR. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to do one more test. What chart do you see now? What do you see right now? Okay, so you still see SYPR. So there is a lag. There's no question there's a bit of a lag because I'm on Zynga now at ZNGA. Okay. All right, well, I just have to work around it. Okay, you don't have to keep, thank you. Well, okay, I'll do it one more time. What chart do you see now? Right now, right now, right now. Yeah, you've got to answer me more quickly. Yeah, but all right, guys, TGNA. Well, let's put it this way. When I'm talking about a symbol, I have the chart loaded. So that's your clue. I'm talking TGNA right now. Yeah, I know, David. Yeah, there is, if you can see my screen, main training room is down today. Still waiting on our support to take a look at why that is happening. SYPR, what are you doing? SYPR? Okay. If you can see my, well, you should be able to see my screen. I have CMRX up, okay? Notice the entry price, this is from the AI, was 1001. Look where the AI exited, 992, okay? It's a loss, right? The entry is at 1001. Got it, and it exited at 992. Now, let's take a look at the chart. What happened? If you are a trader, you could never allow that to happen. If you got in close to $10, the entry, you don't have to get in right at the entry. Look what it did, and this is what I did, okay? It got up to 1072. As I said, I got in, and I traded most of it out in this area because it happened so fast. As a trader, you cannot let this happen. You cannot take a loss. You get in at 10, a stock goes up to 1073. You can't take a loss, okay? So that's why we're always saying, you know, if you want to trade the AI, you know, in my opinion, I mean, I know so many of you are hung up on auto trading, wanting to auto trade. I mean, maybe auto trading the entry, but manage the exits on your own. You could never let this happen if you're a trader. Okay? You shouldn't, anyway. You're not a very good trader if you do. Now, remember what I said. Well, I talked about it yesterday. There is a, let me just see here. Okay, so this got out early. Okay, didn't actually hit the stop price. Okay, I'm looking maybe for that re-entry if it ever hits the stop price and comes back up to 981, that would be a re-entry level. I'm going to stick an alert down here. I know I can get alerted from the AI, but I also want to get a price alert to see if it hits that stop and then comes back to 981. Yeah, look at, well, here's that Tegna, TGNA, and man, what a run it's having. And I don't see, let's see, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 1836 for TGNA, 1836 for TGNA. All right, so after that first red candle, market is looking like it's trying to stabilize a little bit here. Just 1 second, please. All right, I haven't had a chance to look at my watch list. Let's see what happened. BBIG 681. Oh, wow. Okay, I haven't had a chance to even look at my watch list. So there was the alert at 681. Look at it. Look at what it got up to. 938. I don't think the QTT really moved. 369. Yeah, not really. BZH. I know it got over 19. Not terrible, but this what a great alert here, 681. And the ADTX, yeah, this is not bad either. I mean, this could keep moving. 451, 468 right now, and looking left. I mean, the next high looking left on that monthly chart is way up here. Next high in that weekly chart, 375. That's high there. 413's above that. 468. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around it's not around, it is 468 for ADTX. Yes, everybody is having their, yeah, if you can see my screen, that's why I've got this note up here. Main trading room is down today, okay? So till it gets fixed, the login procedure gets fixed, we'll have to, we'll just be in the our YouTube room until that gets fixed, okay? All right, WIMI. Somebody asked me about WIMI about a little earlier. There was really not too much volume, but is now over yesterday's high, 728. The next high looking left is 29, so it's getting closer to that. Well, I mean, from my watch list, I mean, and I have a delay for the first alerts until at least 9:45. So from my watch list, 681, which isn't that bad because I mean, you had to be watching this in the pre-market to even know that there was some excitement about it. Okay, so that's not that bad because there's 681 right there. That's not that bad. It was sort of kind of consolidating a little bit in this area before it popped. So, from my watch list, that's where but you had to, we do our pre-market work, and this is one of the ones that we identified in the pre-market as something that could move. Yeah, I don't know, nothing I can do about that, Torps. Yeah, IPWR just was halted, resumed. Look at BZ. I mean, this is a great little trade, guys. I mean, this is looks like. I mean, it's obviously it's a continuation. Let's take a look at what the home builders are doing. Let's take a look at where's Nail. There's Nail. No, actually, so and where's another home builder? XXHB. So this BZH is actually kind of trading a little more on its own. I mean, they're up. Nail and XHB are up. But, I mean, look at this though. I mean, it is not, it is really moving well. BZH. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take these trades. I'm just pointing out opportunities. If you look left on BZH, the next high looking left is, so it's approaching that high right here in this month. This is way back in 2000, and it's about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Wow, 2018, that's 3 years ago already. Look at EH, guys. If you've been following this crazy one out of China, this airport sector play, look at this EH. Look at what it was just, what, 2.5 months ago? Approximately 2.5 months ago. This was an $8 stock, $77 today. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. All right, so I'm going to wait on the CMRX, see if it gets back into that level where we get a re-entry trigger. Okay, so this NGL, it did show up on the abnormal option activity. The only issue I have with it, this is a big issue though. It looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away for NGL. I mean, this may break, like, I mean, it may break right through here, but there's a lot of resistance not that far away. You know, the 380 to 390 mark for NGL. So the alert happened at 3:51. Is what I'm talking about. I'm going to go, what time is it? 10:08. I'm going to go over a lot of this in about 15 minutes, but there was the alert, 3:51. Is that 387 now? Listen, it may prove me wrong. It may not be resistance at all. Yeah, look at what it's doing. NGL. So the news. So they've I guess a massive. They've launched a $2 billion secured debt financing. So they've got some financing lined up, I guess. So. All right, we've had a halt. IPWR on the way down. We had a halt up. We've had a halt down. So the original alert for NGL, wow, was at 323. That's where I first saw it, I guess. 323 from the basic new highs at 323. A tremendous run percentage-wise. And there, I didn't even realize there's the 200-day moving average. So it's just still a little bit above it. I wonder if William made it into the room, or YouTube room. THMO, I know I talked about this one probably around 280-ish. This is, again, one of those ones that, what do we have here? 345 looking left is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. A little disappointed in the ACST. Now, this could always have a move later on in the day, okay? So that's why I do have an alert set up here at 109 for it, ACST. You know, and I mean, look at the volume is like huge volume. I mean, it's traded the float already, 96 million in the float, 111 million have traded already. So, I mean, this is probably double the, probably at least, well, I shouldn't say at least, but easily trade the float double. And it had a, let's see, what did it do yesterday? It had a pretty decent day yesterday too in terms of volume. So this is just a matter, you know, sticking an alert, say around 109 and see if it takes it out later on in the day. If it does, I mean, you got to look at that monthly chart and just see the potential void fill. ADXT. Is it ADX? ADTX. ADTX. Whoa, yeah. It doesn't trade options, so that's why it's not in the options play. So this was in the, you know, I actually had, I mean, again, it's interesting. I mean, it had a gap in the pre-market. If you take a look at what I posted, it's probably hard though in the YouTube feed to take a look, but it was posted as a pre-market mover, but no inkling that this was going to happen. Here's where the market opened at 9:30 and boom. This is a virus. I guess this is a virus play. ADT, yeah, this is a virus play. ADTX is a virus play, and you know it's a low float, 9 million in the float. This is why these sort of things can happen. So IPWR just opened again. I've seen this one. Look at this one. I've seen this one for a couple of days now. Had a little, not a bad day. Look at SYPR. SYPR, very low float, 11 million in the float. As we say, severe rippage for SYPR, SYPR. Up 44%, but look at the move from when it opened, just under 2, all the way up to 3. Lots of volume. Look at that volume bar right there. Now let's see if it settles down a bit. All right, so that 200-day moving average, even though it did pop a little bit above it for NGL, it's more of a zone, as Real calls it. So it is now below that 200-day moving average, NGL. But what a move percentage-wise, all the way up to 410 from, well, a couple of alerts, 323 or 351. Take your pick. I know what you're going to say, like the earlier one, but wow. I mean, I mean, astonished, great move. 1885 for BZH. There's almost a dollar move from the alert. And another, well, here's ADTX right there. Yeah, 450. Now I see what you're talking about. I unfortunately, I just, I've been kind of wrapped up trying to, keeping an eye on development to see when they can get the other room fixed. But look at, 451 ADTX. Some monster percentage moves from my watch list today. Look at BBIG 681 up to 940. Don't think this one moved. The BZH, great. ADTX, great. Don't think this one has moved. OCX. And then this one could, wow, let's take a look at this on the monthly chart. 179. So, we've got a lot of resistance around 179-ish for POAI. That's the only issue. You take a look at, look at the weekly chart. You've got some candles right up here. No, I'm not. I haven't been able to concentrate on my watch list today. The only one I'm in right now is, I still have GSAT from yesterday. I had the ACST earlier, but I took a 5-cent loss on it. Let's talk Mara. Okay, let's talk Mara. No, it's trying to come back. It's all to do with Bitcoin, of course, GBTC. What is GBTC doing? So as GBTC goes, so does Mara. So that's really what it's all about. I'm sure Riot is doing the same thing. So I have no special insight on what's happening with Bitcoin or anything like that. But if you're going to take a Mara or a Riot or anything that is crypto, you better have this GBTC chart beside it to see how it's trading also. Well, you know what, guys? When EH hits 100, I'm not saying it's going to, I don't know where it's going, but my goodness. Remember seeing this one yesterday. I have to remember yesterday, this traded all the way down to $52. $52. Closed at 73 and is continuing. This is EH. All right, so the SPY now has put in a nice, after that initial red bar that looked a little bit ominous. What about EDU? EDU doing the same thing? Usually EDU, EDU and TAL, your China education stocks. Yeah, wow. It's like EH. Okay, a couple of SPACs on the move. VIH is on the move. There's a SPAC. So what did it do yesterday? It got up to 1505. The day before was 1510. So it's right at these levels. If it takes this out, I mean, it's got a shot to get to that 1580 mark. I'm not saying it's getting there. Well, it just moved. Just absolutely moved. Look at the volume that came into VIH. Just give me a moment here, please. All right, so for the NGL, what did it stall at? 439 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart, and it got up to 409. Still flirting with that 200-day moving average of 388 for NGL. Another SPAC on the move here. Wow, this Silver Spike acquisition. There's another all-time high. SSPK. Look at the move it's made. Another all-time high. Wow, BZH. So, okay, let's take a look left. Where could this keep going? Unfortunately, I'm not in this one today, but let's take a look. I mean, the next high, I mean, it's already above that high. So the next high looking left on the monthly is $21 approximately. So, I mean, it in theory, I mean, it still has room. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. How far back do we have to go here? So we're back 3 years. Yeah, we're back 3 years to these high levels of about, near 21. What a run, BZH. And let me take a look at Lennar. Let's see if they're all doing kind of the same thing. Yeah, Lennar kind of. MHO. Yeah, MHO. So, these home builders, but BZH, definitely the star. I mean, look at the move. BZH, just absolutely the star of the home builders right now for whatever reason. What a great 2-minute chart, guys. I mean, usually a 2-minute chart, you're going to get a little more chop, but I mean, this is straight up, little rest here, kind of a little rest here, but you're not getting any wild big 2-minute candles down that can shake you out of trades. This is exactly the sort of chart you want to see. I mean, look at the 5 straight up. All right, guys, usually around 10:30 I do this. I'm going to do this a little bit earlier. So first of all, well, welcome to the room. I know there's only our YouTube room is operational today. The main trading room is down. We have a login issue, a problem. So of course, I have no control over that in terms of being able to fix it, so I have to leave it up to our development guys to do that. But we do have our YouTube room, so all is not lost. So first of all, if you're new to the room, to Trade Ideas and all, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic. Now here's where it gets tricky. Put my homepage link in here. Just a minute. All right, there is my homepage link, okay? So if you click on it, what happens? In here, yeah. So I'm going to have to, for you guys it's okay, but let me just show you. I have to paste it into the browser. Not on the link though. You should see this, right? You click on that link, you should see the link. You should get to this page. There's still an error getting into the trading room, yes. So assuming you can click on that link that I posted, my homepage link, this is what you should see. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have, this demo is going away. So we have 4 plans. We have an annual for premium and standard. The premium service is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. And the standard is $10.68 minus the 15%. And the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's typically why people take our premium service. There are other differences, but the main reason people take our premium service is for the get access to the AI, which I will go over. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. 118, 228. That 15% you can apply, but it's only good for the first month. Okay, only good for the first month. After that, it'll go back to the 118 and the 228. On my homepage, oops, just a minute. This is just a minute here. There we go. Okay, so on my homepage, you can also sign up for the Trade of the Week. Sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's I don't think is going to trigger this week. DGLY, the trigger price was $3.19 and it never got there. So it's not that it was a bad trade, it just is a no trade this week. I do a recap, trading room recap. You can sign up for them all right there. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, including, so when I'm really falling in love with a little bit, the moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, so all the scans that I'm sharing are here. A lot of education links here, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. Really important, I think, to take a look at this if you're new to Trade Ideas. You click on Take the Lessons, and you will see, you know, what is a top list, building a top list, what is an alert window, creating an alert window. All of the basic features of Trade Ideas are covered here. Okay, so I really would encourage you to do that. Now, of course, we're in the YouTube room right now, so another trader will take over between 12 and 1. Today is Thursday, so I believe that will be Jamie. Will take over between 12 and 1 when I take a break. Free trading room. Of course, we're having problems with it today, so hopefully it'll be maybe later on today. Daily webinars. We have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. No, Cosmin, if you can see my screen, the main trading room is down today, okay? So there's no issue on your end. More educational videos right here, and ebooks that we created, trading ebooks that we created, okay? So a lot of information from my home page. Just give me a moment here. Okay, now I want to go over what the AI is all about. AI is not, that's not having a wow, I shouldn't say that. You know what? I've missed, in all the talking I've done, I've missed the re-entry for CMRX, which I'm going to go over, guys. A very, very important column that you should have. Okay. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night. These are the strategies that made the cut, quite a few of them actually. That's amazing how many made the cut out of the 50. But anyway, this is how I like to see the strategy. I don't care from what strategy an alert happens, or people ask what's the difference between Holy Grail 2.0 and Neo. I keep saying this for months and months and months, we just get rid of it and just have one Holly again. The difference, I mean, if you want to have Holy Grail was the original one, Holly 2.0 maybe a little more aggressive, and Holly Neo is a little more aggressive in terms of stops and things like that. But personally, I don't really care. Just tell me what the alerts are. So this is what I do. From the toolbar, click on New, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is your window. Here are your alerts. You have an entry, you get a real-time entry price, you have a stop. It's up to you to manage the trades once you get the alerts. Okay, I use it as a watch list. Now, this is what I was trying to say about the CMRX. Look at CMRX. So, craziness, as I said before, there was the alert at 10:01, all right? 10:01. Look where the AI got out of it, 992. That was a loss, okay? But as I said before, if you allow that to turn into a loss, then you better take up some other vocation, because here's the alert at 10:01 and the stock all the way up to 1073. You've got to, and that's what I did. You've got to take profit. You can't allow it to go down below your entry price, on a percentage move like that. So for whatever reason, we have some algos that are supposed to kick in, but they didn't kick in, which would, on an auto basis would have protected that. Anyway, you notice here that there was a stop price of 962 right down here. If a stock hits the stop price at any time during the day, and then comes back down to what we call the re-entry price, you will get an alert. The re-entry price is just halfway between the entry, the initial entry, and the initial stop. So the difference, halfway between 10:01 and 962 is 981. So if it goes down to 962 at any point, and you can see that's what happened right there, and then it comes back up to that re-entry price, you get an alert. So that's what happened. We got an alert at 1016. There was a re-entry, 981. Not bad. I mean, it gets up to 1045 from that 981. Okay, so if you don't have these two columns, please add them. I know I say it every day, but please add them. It's very simple. Just click on one of the column headers, click on columns, and these are in alphabetical order. Just add them. Okay? All right, now I do want to talk about what Trade Ideas is all about. First and foremost, we are a scanner, okay? That's what we are. We are a scanner. And You can create your own scans. I've got scans, of course. This is a scan that I've created, and I share many scans. If you go to my homepage, you will see all the scans that I'm sharing, including this one. So this is what you can do with Trade Ideas. I created this scan. I'll just show you briefly what I'm talking about. So I create these filters. I have a price range that I'm interested in, current volume. Now, it doesn't matter what these numbers are. All I'm trying to do is to show you what you can do with Trade Ideas. You usually start off with filters so that you can kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So I've created these filters. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks in here right now. Okay? I don't see why you can't. You just pick it right here. AI trade mode right there. Basic or conservative. Not sure why you can't do it. Click on a strategy and you pick how you want to trade it if you're auto trading it. If you're not getting this, I don't know how to help you. You might have to go to our tech support if you're not getting that. So that's what we are. We are a scanner. Now, of course, you can build your own scans. And so we took a different tack from a lot of the other trading softwares out there, which would force you to learn a programming language. Here, we do not force you to learn a programming language. We have many, many built-in alerts and filters, okay? Typically for, most of you, you're able to build your own, your own trading scenario just by using our built-in alerts and filters and constructing how you want to trade, or how the alerts that you want to see, the ideas that get generated, okay? So we do not force you to learn a programming language. So that is what Trade Ideas is. Now, just a second, I might have an answer here. No answer. Okay, so we have this window called Brokerage Plus. If you're using our app, okay, it's not available if you're using our web-based version, okay? So if you're using the app, then you can use this window called Brokerage Plus. You know what? Before I start, I just want to talk a little bit about linking, okay? Now, first of all, when I talk about linking, it doesn't matter. People ask the question all the time. Well, I have this broker. Can I use Trade Ideas? We're a scanner, okay? It doesn't matter what broker you've got. It has no bearing on what broker you've got. We are not a broker, okay? So the worst case scenario is that, well, for whatever reason, we can't actually link to your broker. And all linking does is when you click on an alert, it loads into your brokerage platform. And then from within your brokerage platform, you can trade. Okay, that's what linking does. It's not mandatory. If you're not clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, that linking is not that big a deal. But if you're like me and I'm clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, obviously it's just a time saver. I see POAI. Instead of my having to type the symbol into order entry, you establish the link, and there it is, and then you can trade from within your brokerage platform. Okay, so that is what linking is. It's just a time saver. Now, we do have a special arrangement right now with Interactive Brokers. I'm going to put this video in. I just put the Brokerage Plus intro video in. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this, this is the Brokerage Plus window. Again, only available with the app, not in the web-based version. And then you can actually trade from within this window, okay? Now, I know the next questions are, well, when is TDA and E-Trade? We were really hoping this week, but there are some issues some bugs that we have to fix. So before we go live, we have to fix them. So don't ask me. I don't know when it's going to happen. But right now with Interactive Brokers, if you have an IB account, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade. So why would you want to do that? Well, you can do things like, let's just, if I click on POAI and I look at the chart, I think, yeah, I'd like to trade it. I go back, right click, and let me just click on the simulator, show you what I mean. So I go back, right click, and you see I've got these buying and shorting scenarios that I can pick from any one of them, what we call one-click trading, how you want to trade. All right, and you set these up by watching that video. It'll show you how you can set up your own. Okay? That's if you have Interactive Brokers. Now, there are other things you can do, but I mean, that's one of the main reasons, to be able to just create your own trading scenarios and one-click trading. Now, you don't have to do that. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. Okay, if you just want to trade normally, you don't have to use this window at all. It's just a nice feature. And all that I'm talking about is part of your standard service. Now, another main reason for this window is if you're new to trading, please, 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 before you commit money to the market, by the way, look at CYH, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Now, how long you're going to practice trading, there's no time. I can't say, well, you should practice for a week, a month, a year. Trading is difficult. You've really got to practice. And so we've got an excellent simulator. You just click on the sim, and now it's using our real-time data. It has no bearing on what brokerage platform you have. So I hope everybody understands that. It doesn't have any bearing on what brokerage platform you have. You can use our simulator. Okay, so when you say the trade ideas alerts, there are no alerts. I don't understand what you mean exactly. I've called out a couple of trades that I've taken. Well, GSAT from yesterday, which is just from yesterday, and I did take a trade ACST, which I took a 5-cent loss on. That's it for me, okay? So again, getting back to the simulator. So you can use the simulator in different ways. So a lot of you might like to play a pullback. This would have been nice to have had it up here. So a pullback. So in other words, let me see if I can find a good example. Something that is just trying to find an example of something that might make sense. Okay, I'll just use this, okay? This is just to demonstrate. Let's just say you wanted to trade QFIN, QFIN, but you don't want to chase it right now, but you'd like to get in on a pullback, say to 1550, right there at the bottom of that 2-minute candle. Okay, so pick how many shares. Let's do a couple of hundred shares. Remember what I was saying, 1550, so I'm going to type in 1550, both boxes, 15.50, 15.50, just a second. I'm going to press buy. Look what happens. So right on the chart, this line appears. If QFIN gets down to 1550, pulls back to 1550, it will take the trade. Okay, so I'm going to leave it here. It might happen, it may not happen. Just wanted to show you how you can do that. You could have also done it if you were looking for it to break above a certain price. Maybe you think that there's some resistance above it, and if it broke through that resistance area, we could have done it on the high side. This is on a pullback. But let's just say you wanted to take the trade for whatever reason at 16, you would have put 16 in both boxes. Now, let's take a trade. Okay, this is in the simulator. Let's just actually take a trade right now to show you how that works. Well, look at CTK just popped. I just want to, I mean, look, this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? Just trying to find something that might make a little bit of sense. We could also do this one. Let's just do a conditional buy order for QTT just to see if it triggers, okay? Let's just say if it got over 351, I want to take the trade. So I want to do this. $352. So I'm going to put 352. I'm going to click on the buy button and you'll see. So this will take this trade if it hits 352, okay? Why don't you talk about it, Crypto? You can talk about it. You know, I'm just trying to find something. Look at this LU, Lufax. Is this, where are you out of? Yeah, obviously China stock. Just trying to find something that might be basing just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to take this trade. Okay, I'm just going to take this trade to show you how you can do it. What's the spread like? The spread is a couple of pennies. So I'm going to take 200 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market. Okay, see how it took the trade right there. Entry 1024. All right. Now, super important. There's my entry at 1024. When you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. So you have to have a price that you're getting out of the trade when it's not working for you. And that's what we call, if you're brand new to trading, that's what we call a stop. You have to have a stop. You cannot, trading is not based on hope and desire, okay? So you have to have a stop in place. Not all trades are going to work, so you have to have a get out. So let's just, what I want to do is I want to make the math simple. 1024, I want to put my stop at 1004. Which is actually not that bad. It's sort of at the low of that candle right there. So that's actually wouldn't be a terrible stop. And I want to show you why I'm putting it at 1004, just trying to make the math simple easy. Meanwhile, PRQR guys, rippage. I'm going to add the stop order. And it is, what did I say, 1004? Yeah, 1004. I'm going to add the stop at 1004. You're going to see it'll show up right on the screen, okay? So if this gets down to, if, what's the trade, CYH, if it gets down to, there are no alerts. Ahmed, I don't know what you mean. There are no alerts. I mean, here are all the alerts, okay? I don't know what you mean by posting the trade alerts. I mean, these are all ideas that we're talking about. So there's no posting of that. I mean, I'm just talking about ideas all day long. So again, if CYH gets down to 1004, aggressive is not showing, I know. Something that they may add, okay, Sean, but aggressive is not an option right now. So if it gets down to 1004, it'll take me out of the trade for a $40 loss. All right. So why did I say 1004? Notice I got in at 1024. That's a 20-cent stop. Okay. I'm just trying to make the math easy for what I'm going to explain. My only recommendation, I don't teach trading so much, but my big recommendation is this, is that when you get into a trade, again, we talk about, you have to know, when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out of the trade, where your stop is. That will determine how many shares you take. So what do I mean by that? If you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. That'd be obviously insane. Now, I can't tell you what you're going to risk based on your account size, but let's just say for argument's sake that based on your account size, you're willing to risk $100 a trade. So in this particular case, with an entry at 1024 and a stop at 1004, that's 20 cents. That is how you will share size. Because if you divide 20 cents into $100, you will get 500 shares, or Reverse, if I take 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. Hopefully that makes sense. So it's not like you're taking the same number of shares every trade, or your stop. And a lot of people say, well, my stop is 10 cents away every trade. That's not the way you should trade. You know, your stop has to be based on something other than just, well, I like a 10-cent stop every trade. You know, it has to be based on, you know, looking at a chart where there could be support. If it broke down through that support level, you should be out of the trade. Maybe it's a moving average that you see, but it has to be based on something, not just, well, I risk 10 cents a trade, or I take 500 shares a trade. Okay? So you can practice using our simulator. You know, the other thing is that you've heard me talk about the stops, and you say, okay, I get what Barry's talking about. I understand. I should have a stop. So, with all good intentions, you put your stop at 10, you know, in this particular case at 10:04. It starts to move down to 10:04. It's at 10:06, and you go, you know what? This is, you know, that's a crazy stop because everything I've read about this company, this is going higher. So, you know what? My stop is obviously too tight, so I'm going to reduce it. I'm going to move it down. All right. So you can see what's happening. So now, if you move it down and it takes you out. You know, instead of your $100 loss, maybe you're at 150. Or, even worse, you move it down and it starts approaching it, and you say, yeah, it's still probably too tight. You can see where I'm going with this. You have a manageable loss of $100. You take your lumps, you move on, and so instead of allowing that $100 manageable loss turn into 150, 200, 300 before you really start sweating and realize you've made a big mistake, and now you get out. So instead of that, again, manageable $100 loss, you're staring at a $500 loss, and we've all done it. Okay, we have all done it. So that's why this is a great way to deal with that. This is unemotional. Okay, you just let it take you out of the trade. There's no emotion involved. You just let it take you out of the trade. Now, you don't have to get it. I mean, if you wanted to get out of this trade right now, you know, you didn't like the way it was trading, these are hotkeys. You just flatten the trade. If you wanted to get out of half your trade, you just, you know, click on half, or you could double your trade. All right, so this is really important if you're new to trading. Practice, practice, practice first. All right. Well, okay, the theory is, you know, I mean, the theory is, and some people will say 1 to 3. I think the absolute minimum, when you get into a trade, your expectation should be at least a 1 for 2 risk reward, okay? So if you're risking 10 cents on a trade because 10 cents, you know, I always use this example. I mean, if you got into a trade at $10 and you looked at you're looking at at something and it's at $10 and you're looking underneath it and you see a lot of support around $9.90. In other words, it's 10 cents away. So your stop would be 10 cents. When you look above it and you don't see any chart resistance for, you know, 20, 30, 40 cents, then that is a ratio that you can live with. You know, we're not saying that it's going to move 30 or 40 cents, but at least you have an expectation that you're not going to meet any chart resistance for 30, 40, 50 cents, even more. So that is where, you know, then it becomes a trade that you can take. You know, you don't want to take a trade with a 10-cent stop and you look above and there's a whole bunch of resistance at 5 cents away. You know, that's crazy. Okay, so that's the only way I can explain it. I mean, that, you know, when you listen to me talk about looking left and all, that's why I'm looking left, because when I look left on a weekly and a monthly and a daily chart, I'm looking to see. I mean, that's why the ACEST was so attractive. You know, I mean, it didn't work, but look how attractive this is. You know, I'm getting in at what was the price I got in at 106. I had a stop. at one, well, I had a stop. I didn't want to let it go down below $1, but as it was approaching $1, I just didn't like the way it's trading, so I got out at for a 5-cent loss. You know, I certainly would have got out at $1. So I had a 6-cent stop. With the, you know, now I'm not saying I thought it was going to get to 252, but you can just see that this had a huge, huge opportunity if it wanted to keep going. Okay, so that's what I look for. Okay, so the minimum. You know, a lot of people will say 1 to 3. You know, so if you want to use 1 to 3 as your minimum, fine. All right, so let's take a look at the Q-fin. So the Q-fin, okay, so it obviously did not pull back. So this is probably, so at this point right now, I might say to myself, you know what, I don't want to take this on a pullback down here. It's way too, you know, it's risen way too high. So if it pulled back, it could be a really destroyed trade. So of course, I could go in here, go into my orders and cancel that order, okay? You just have to click on it. I might have to move that down a little bit. Let me just move that announcement down. Okay. So I could always just go here and, you know, with the Q-fin, just get rid of that. Just right click, cancel it. I thought there was a way I could move this, but I guess I can't move this. I thought there'd be a way I could move this up, you know, take it at a higher level if I wanted to, but it doesn't appear to be. So I will now cancel that order, okay? Meanwhile, Ford Motor, wow, look what a move. I mean, this is a big move, huge move. I mean, there's 3.9 billion in the float. I mean, that is a big move for something with 3.9 billion in the. All right, so I'm trying to figure out why this is good news. There must be a reason. Ford to recall 3 million vehicles over Takata airbag issue. So there's got to be something else going on. Yeah, well, I kind of thought so, but I mean, when you read the news on it today specifically, I mean, you know, I know Kramer's got his pump and all, but you know, I look at the news and to recall 3 million, over 3 million vehicles affected vehicles are at potential risk to explode. Wow, after prolonged exposure to heat and humidity. Meanwhile, Pola. No, obviously not. Obviously not. Whatever, you know, an EV play, fine. Okay, so I allowed this to happen. Notice what happened here with the CYH. Took me out of the trade, right? It hit this, hit that red line right there. Remember that was a bright red line. The minute it got to where I placed my stop, it took me out of the trade. So that bright red line is a faded red line now, and I have that manageable, $41 loss. Okay, this is in the simulator. So I mean, if I still like this, I thought, okay, I still kind of like the idea. I can always get back into this trade. Commissions, even if you're using IB with their horrors, half a cent a share. I mean, everybody goes crazy, that IB still charges half a cent a share and it's not free. But anyway, not getting out of a trade because you have to pay commission is not a reason anymore. Well, let's take a look at Alcoa. Did it bounce off? Boy, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's bounced a little bit, but this is, earlier on, and this was a massive area for it to try to hold, which it did not. It's an earnings play. Alcoa is an earnings play, AA. Really kicking off earnings. I think there are about 100 companies this week. I think I said 400 next week. The week after, it'll probably be more like 800 to 1,000 companies. You know what had a nice bounce off earnings was Fuel Cell. Look at Fuel Cell, FCEL. So the initial reaction, it released earnings pre-market. Initial reaction was to thump it down to 15 something, 15.20 or so. And now it has rallied. And my guess is that Plug may be doing the same thing. So I saw, yeah, look at that. And again, I'll look at Ballard. Ballard probably is doing the same thing. Yep. So they're all all right, just give me a moment here, guys. I'm just trying to follow a discussion. All right, so what is happening with PRQR? PRQR, so it had to pop up to 590, see, and now it is starting to drift down. Is there any specific news? I cannot see any specific news for PRQR. Look at the volume though. And it's not a low float, 41 million in the float. And let's see, RHE. Now this has been a very active stock, and it's been active, it's been halted twice. So once on the way up and now on the way down for RHE. All right, so there's a pretty good one from the AI here. This BWEN. I don't mind talking about it now. After the fact, there was the alert at 10. It almost, in fact, did that hit? Wow, I mean, it didn't quite hit the stop price, I guess. Or maybe just add it so it maybe has to go below it. Otherwise, we would add a trigger. At any rate, 1037 right now. And if you look left, if you took this one, this is the area I'd be concerned about. That 1050 mark. That is the high of 2 weeks ago. So, if you're in that one, just be aware. Well, look at this. Oh man, look at this one just popping in here. This Cinedigm videotape and disc rental. Now, they obviously, I don't know what they do now. I don't think Blockbuster still exists. CIDM, look at the volume that is coming in. Holy smokes, 26 million. I mean, it's a big float, 90 million in the float, but look at the volume that just came in on that 15-minute candle. I don't know if there's any specific news. Yeah, that happened at 11 o'clock. Launches an all streaming channel with Real app on the Roku platform. So there is some news for Cinedigm, CIDM. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Yeah, I'm seeing it hitting at 11:02 with my in IB. Did it hit here? Yeah. You know, this, we really got to revamp our news, I think. I mean, it's not bad, but I'm seeing it in my IB news, Interactive Brokers news. And most of you guys probably, I'm sure all brokers have some kind of a news feed. This is what I'm talking about right there. All right, RHE just opened. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts on my other monitors. See if there's anything crazy happening. You know what is really, really making a move? I'm sure a lot of you are probably following this one, is Moderna. Look at the move Moderna's making right now. Well, not right now, but at the beginning of the day. There's an $8 move for Moderna, mRNA. And the EVs, electric vehicles, some of them are making some moves again. I mean, they've been choppy. There's FUV. Here's Solo. Here is, I'm sure NIO is doing the same sort of thing. Yep. LI. So electric vehicles, you know, they've been choppy though. I mean, look what LI got down to 30. Well, not that bad, I guess, but 34, back up to 36. You know, this would be a pretty interesting short, the CYH. If I didn't see this here, this 980 on that 2-minute, this would be a very interesting short. The fact that it is now really breaking down below 10. But I'm just looking at this 2-minute chart, and there could be some, modest support right around 980. Boy, keep an eye on LU, guys. That's from the abnormal option activity. Keep an eye on it. I mean, it could be, well, actually, it's a huge float, 791 million in the float, which is okay. Just means that, hopefully that takes the whip. But it's so extended on the 15-minute chart. That's a big issue. Looking left, high is 1733. This is what I'm talking about. There it is, but it's so extended. And again, this is one of the scans that I'm sharing. Moving higher with unusual option activity. I just wish it weren't so extended on that 15-minute chart. I mean, ideally, what we'd like to see, I mean, it's not too bad on the 2. What we'd like to see is just basing just around 16, okay? Base around 16 for a bit, and then pop up on volume. That's what we'd like to see. We may not get it. Okay, now I've got a message. Let's see if this is... All right, rewalk. Now, we saw this one yesterday. Now, look what it did. You see what it did? I mean, now it's above yesterday's high, okay? It got up to 250 yesterday, but it sold right off. I mean, down to 2. That's a big percentage drop, but it is starting to move again, rewalk. Now, yesterday, we looked at this area right here on that weekly chart, and we thought, you know, this could be the problem area, and that's what it was yesterday. I don't know what's going to happen today. Else, I don't know this one at all. Electrosensors, probably an EV type play. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, no, 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 no. Just a minute, guys. I made an entry mistake. What? Whew. Okay, guys. So what? Okay, what I did was, and I'm okay now, and I'm in this trade, the LU. I accidentally clicked on the sell button instead of the buy button. So I was short. So I got out with like a 2-cent loss and got right back and got in on the buy side. That's why you got to pay a lot of attention. So 1610, let's see what happens. I know it's extended, but let's see what happens. 1610 for the LU. That's what I'm in at. And that is from options. This is from right here. That was scary. You know, the interesting thing is that I was trying to, you know, buy it. I went in at the ask, and they wouldn't fill me, and it wasn't moving. So I thought, okay. It was a little scary. So we had an alert here for Lou at 16:01 also. Again, I know this is so extended, but I'm going to trust my little options play. Seems to. I'm not going to marry this. You know, if it has any sort of another pop, I might get out. But all right, I just really have to watch this, guys. I know it's a big float, so I don't expect it to be, even if it moves down, like a crazy big red candle. But I have to be prepared. All right, let's put an alert up here. Maybe I can induce it to move up a little bit. Hmm. We're watching it right now, guys. Again, it might have just been, I mean, I know it's extended on the 15s. Well, it's got, I mean, it's an interesting observation. I mean, obviously, because it's moving higher, we're talking about stocks making new highs. We're talking about 500, like 5 times normal option activity. I assume because the stock is moving higher that, yeah, that ratio would be high. 15, it's usually, and this is typical every 15 days, okay, twice a month for the short float. Refresh. Yeah. I have the announcement here. It's sort of blocked. Let me put it up a little higher, okay? Yeah, there was an issue with the trading room today, the main room. Okay. Hopefully it'll get fixed. Maybe sometime today, but hopefully by tomorrow. All right, I just gonna put myself on mute for a bit here, guys. And I'm all out of that LU, so I'm going to get back into it if it gets back over, say, 1610, but I'm all out. I'm a little bit distracted here because I'm trying to talk to our tech guys at the same time. So I'm out of the LU. And just give me a moment here. All right, guys. This is maybe taking longer than I wanted. Yeah, Stephen, I mean, if you go to 10 different sources, you may find 10 different values for short float and short percent. It's just what our provider gives to us. I have no other explanation for it, okay? Especially for some of these, cheaper ones that do reverse splits over and over again. It's sometimes difficult to get a handle on what the real short, what the float is. Just a second here, guys. All right, LU, right back up. Okay. Getting interested again. Okay, so Dylan, the entry, if you have the entry for DGLY was 316 or 319. Did not trigger, okay? It's probably not going to trigger, I'm sure it's not going to trigger this week. And the stop was the rising, what was the 10 SMA on the daily chart, okay? That's what it was, and it was DGLY. If you have the trade of the week, it is actually laid out within the email. Okay, LU is getting interesting to me again. I'm basically out of that first one. Oh, call it flat, okay? Again, I'm a little bit distracted here. Obviously, I'm trying to... I'm really watching the LU again, guys. Is there a webinar today, Thursday? Yeah, it should be. Today's Thursday, yes. All right, LU, this is getting more interesting. Okay, this is kind of what I wanted to happen. This right here, sort of right here, a little bit of a base, okay, and then the pop, and maybe with some volume. Don't the invites come out about an hour before, though, Locutus? Before the webinar starts? Well, I'm out of it. I'm out of LU. Okay, I was in at 1610. I got basically out there. You know, again, I'm a little bit distracted, guys. I'm trying to have a we're trying to figure out what's going on with that trading room, and it doesn't look good right now. There doesn't seem to be an easy answer right now, which is a little bit discouraging. Mm. Then Locutus, I have, you know what to do. Info at trade-ideas.com and complain. I don't know why that would be happening. All right, guys, I'm just, you know what? I mean, I'll be taking my break fairly soon. Well, about 20 minutes from now, but I'm just really concentrating on this LU. Okay? I mean, when you look left, obviously it's got room. 1740 is the next high looking left. I'm just concentrating on it to see, how well it holds 16. Put an alert right around here, around 1615. See if it gets back up over there. Yeah, I just don't know Locutus. I mean, obviously you've checked your spam, and if you have Gmail, you've checked your promotions. The problem is, of course, if you've been getting them before and it's just starting to happen now, I have no explanation. Yeah, at least we have a backup, David. You're absolutely right. All right, keep an eye on QT. It's been whippy. QTT has been awfully whippy, okay? But, and did it take it on the pullback? Oh, no, 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 that's right. I took QTT. Remember, I put a conditional buy order above that level, so it took the trade. Okay, it took the trade. Remember, I was demonstrating how you can do something like that with the simulator or real trading too. It's not just the simulator. All right, guys. So wow, I'm ever glad I waited. I mean, that's why you wait. Okay, that is why you wait. You put an alert, price alert. If it doesn't happen, you move on. Now, I know some of you are probably watching Kodak a little bit here, KODK. It had a really crazy after hours spike all the way up to about 1050, 1045, I guess. Pulled back. I mean, it's still positive right now. It closed down here, so it is positive. It got back to the closing price. So I don't know what's happening with Kodak exactly, but Yeah, it's just not showing up on mine. The Johnson's not showing up on mine. It's in my watch list. It hasn't triggered because. Why hasn't it triggered? There will be a reason. JNCE is not triggered, and yet it. Usually it has to take out the high, so it. The high right there was what, 1144. I'm surprised it hasn't triggered my watch list. Mildly perplexing because it's meeting all the filter requirements. Oh. No, it isn't. It's got to be above yesterday's high, of course, of course, of course. It's got to be above yesterday's high also. So no, not really close. No, it's getting closer, but that's why it's not triggering. It's in my watch list, but it's not triggering because it is not above yesterday's high. So let's just do a little recap of what happened in my watch list today. So obviously a huge winner here. BBIG, we had the alert at 681, got all the way up to 938. Wow. This is starting to come back actually, but it's been choppy. QTT has been choppy. I mean, very choppy. So it's still it's at that, kind of at the alert price. BZH probably pulled back eventually, yes. But look at this, BZH, 1885, got all the way up to just about $20. Big move. ADTX, wow, so the alert was at 451 and it got up to 675. I don't think OCX moved. Yeah, could move later though. It's been a little bit choppy when you look at it on the 2-minute chart, but yeah, it might, if it takes out, say, the pre-market or after hours high from yesterday. Even if it did that, though, looking left, 562, yeah, it's not that attractive. POAI, 142, yeah, it got up to 158 before it pulled back. So definitely a huge winner here for BBIG, BZH, ADTX. So 3 out of the 6 in my watch list, huge winners. And if you want to have access to it every day, just click on new from the toolbar, click on the channel bar, and then my watch list, okay? And I create the watch list every single day. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. Yeah, you see, okay, so the reason why Johnson's not appearing, first of all, I mean, yeah, it may be that ratio may be. No. The reason is that there's very little activity, really. It's only 220 contracts, according to us anyway. And in my option filter, or my option scan, it has to be at least 2,000 contracts, number one. Okay, and then it's also got to be five times, it's got to be trading 5 times normal with a minimum of 2,000 contracts. So that's why Johnson's not even close to being an options play in that particular scan. Yeah, so I don't know if you can hear me, Paul, but oh, if you're talking about from my, okay, we've got 2 things going on here. I'm not sure. I'm talking about why it's not showing up here as an options play. It doesn't even come close to meeting the filter requirements. And why it's not showing up here, even though it did make my watch list. But remember, my watch list has got, I don't know, it's got 30 stocks in it. You know, sort of eyeballing, so it has about 30 stocks in it. Don't want them all to trigger. So I have so the filters, one of the filters is it has to be above yesterday's high. So that's why Johns is absolutely not triggering. All right, one moment, please. Okay, sorry guys, I had my mic off too. All right. So, can you hear me? And well, you can probably hear me. Can you see my screen in this room, guys? Okay, in the main room. Can you see my screen? Okay, you've got audio. No, you cannot see my screen. No screen. No screen. All right, I am going to. Okay, tell me if the screen is starting to appear. Yay, okay, I think we're back. All right, So let me just do some arranging. Okay. Time is it? 11:43. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment here, guys, as I just trying to rearrange my other monitor. Okay, so wow, QTT is romping here a little bit. Just give me a second as I just got to rearrange something. Okay, so the news feed, Stephen, it's right here. If you have to have our single stock window, see where it says news? There it is. Okay. Now, is it a pay type news service? You know, some of these news services charge $100, $150 a month. No, but I mean, it's you know, it has usually pretty up to date news. I use it in the pre market more than anything, but we do have a news tab. Okay. There's just slight discombobulation. No. There was just a login issue. I mean, it was a bizarre one. So hopefully that's not going to happen tomorrow. But anyway, here we are, guys. So you got your pick. You can stay in the YouTube room or you can come into the main room. Your pick. All right, let me just see what's going on here. And I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I need one. So that's really what I want to know, you know. So it's about 5 seconds behind in terms of the charts loading, probably. That's what I thought. QTT, guys, man, oh man, I wish it hadn't been so choppy earlier, but this is definitely on the move here. Yeah, Perry, if you're talking about the main room, it is fixed. Yes, you can log in normally now. Go to our homepage and log in like you normally would. Okay, I have to look at this QTT, but I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I can't get into it. Excuse me, I'm not going to be getting into a trade now. Excuse me, sorry. However, look at QTT. So you look left on that weekly chart, and what do we see? We see 414. That's the next high looking left, and then the next one after that is 448. So I mean, 414 could block it for a bit. You know, I mean, if it ever get through here, then look at the room it's got. This QTT. Meanwhile, this rewalk that I thought might be blocked right around here. I mean, it's trying to it's struggling to get through here. RWLK. So we've had a choppy day in the market. I mean, just take a look at the SPY. You know, this has been a choppy day. This is definitely not a trend day so far anyway. But, you know, there was the pre-market market was looking pretty good, started to drop a bit, stalled right there, dropped. So it's kind of chopping around a little bit. Dow was down, so we've got a bit of a disconnect going. Dow is down, the SPY is basically flat, and NASA's up a little. So we have a bit of a disconnect. Very funny. Cozy Manuki. Cozy Manuki. Some of your guys' pseudonyms are definitely a challenge. So guys, remember, took that in the simulator, took the trade at 353, demonstrated how you can do that. And so it took the trade. Now at this point, you know, if you wanted to trade out, you just flatten it. You want to go to half your position, you just click on half. These are hotkeys. The other thing, oh, I see, okay. Cozy Manuki. The other thing is that if you do not exit a trade here, okay, in the simulator, or obviously if you're trading, if you have interactive brokers and you're using this to trade, but just talking about specifically the simulator, if I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, then of course it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. Okay, you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Meanwhile, Pola continues its ascent here. This is an all-time high for Pola. I mean, remember, 2 weeks ago, this was a $5 stock. 2 weeks ago. And we're not quite finished this week, and we're at 18. Give me a moment. Okay. Just 3 questions. Okay, I'm not a big back tester, number one, okay? So No. Okay. In the future, I mean, anything's possible. Okay, but so I mean, to answer your question, I mean, anything is possible, but I have no timeline if or when that will ever happen. Again, if possible, maybe. I don't know about your commission structure. Okay, so that I can probably answer, Tim. I would say you have to have at least 100 trades. Okay, we get people who say, "Wow, look at this one! I've got this tremendous win percentage and profit factor," and they send us the cloud link, and we do the back test, and there's 10 trades over 60 days, trading days, and you go, "Well, okay." So I would say a minimum of 100. Okay. A minimum of 100. But I am not I don't backtest at all. Oh, okay. So 136 trades, I would think that's pretty good. The other thing to take a look at is also, what does it say? It is the dollar figures for your average winner and average loser, okay? So you're going to see that stat. So let's, for argument's sake, say your average winner was 40 cents and your average loser was 20 cents. You'd like to see a 2-to-1 in that regard also, if possible. Does that make sense? Perfect. 32. So that's good. So that's 3 times. So it looks like you're onto something pretty good there. Congratulations. Not easy. Meanwhile, WIMI, I know somebody asked me about that in the pre-market, and I looked at it, but it wasn't really that active. It was a little bit active, but man, oh man, once the market opened, it just ripped. What is your trigger? What is your trigger, Tim? Because you can't have, as you know, we don't have an actual alert to break the pre-market high. We don't have an alert. So what are you doing? Putting a filter in that is very close, and then a high of the day or something? What is your actual trigger? Backtesting is not included in the standard subscription. We give you 10 freebies just to just kind of show you what it is. But it is part of the premium service, Tree Man. Oh, so it's not. It is not a break then. Okay, so it's actually not a. It's just it has to be above the pre-market high. I gotcha. Okay, cool. Well, hey, listen, I'm glad it's working out for you. And I'm surprised you're getting that many trades over 130 over that period. Look at FUV. So these EVs are really ripping now. There's solo. FUV is just in rip mode here. There's a red bar ignored right here. 11:57, guys. So I'm going to be taking a break. I'm just going to put the announcement in here. I'll be back at around 12:30. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up in the YouTube feed, and then I can take my break. The DeLorean. Frosted. Yeah, I don't look at it. Yeah, I don't ever have that window up anymore. I just look at the actual alerts and the percentages here. I don't really look at the You might want to ask Jamie that when he comes in. If you go to the YouTube feed, I don't look at that anymore. Oh, he's streaming now. In fact, you can go over there. Jamie, I'm going to send somebody over to you who has a question about the AI. I'm going to take a break right now. I'll put the frosted. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can go over there. Thank you, Jamie. I'm going to stop my streaming right now. I'm going to send somebody over to you who has a question about the AI. I'm going to take a break right now. I'll put the frosted. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can go over there. Thank you, Jamie. I'm going to stop my streaming right now. I'm going to send somebody over to you who has a question about the AI. I'm going to take a break.
Okie dokie, I think that was a successful handoff. But just to make sure, if someone could let me know via the chat panel if you can hear and see my desktop, that would be fantastic. Testing, testing. Hello, Mike C. Thank you very much. Always good to see you, sir. All right, everybody, welcome to the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Got a little bit larger crowd today due to the technical difficulties that the trading room experienced, but Barry tells me the trading room is back up and running. But in any case, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, so Barry was talking about someone had a question regarding the AI. So whoever that might be, go ahead and throw that question out there, and I will do my best to give you a decent answer. Well, Cozy, thank you for that compliment. I'll take that. Okay, so the question for the AI is, in the AI window, how are the percentage and dollar value of profits calculated for conservative, aggressive, and moderate? Okay, so if you direct your attention, and you know what, let me get my pen up here just in case I need to mark something up. Where are you at, pen? There you go. Okay, so here's the AI All Trades panel. If I stretch it out, we can see all of the trades that have been generated today. And notice I've got conservative profit, I've got moderate profit, we have dollar amounts and percentage amounts. So real quick here, a little overview. 3 different risk modes: conservative, moderate, and aggressive. So in conservative mode, the AI has 5 different reasons why the trade will close out. And before I get into the details on those 5 different exit reasons, first a little word about the values that you're seeing here. So you're seeing right now, if you're still in PCAR, which was a great trade, I mean, that's just beautiful in so many different ways, you're up approximately 8%. And it's reflecting a value of $772. Now these values are all based around me risking $100 per trade. So you can see down here on the stop outs, I lose 100 or just a few pennies over 100 bucks. But the share amount is going to be predicated on the stop value for each and every trade. And then the system figures out, okay, if you want to risk 100 bucks, this is how many shares you can be in. So it was right about 100 for PCAR. All right. So in case you're wondering, well, why do your numbers look different than what I'm seeing over here on the toolbar? Those values are based on taking 100 shares per trade, whereas I'm risking $100 per trade. So if you're wondering about the differences, that would be them. Now, getting back to the differences between conservative, moderate, and aggressive profit. In the conservative mode, there are 3 primary reasons why the AI will pull the plug, and those are: a stop loss was hit, a profit target was hit, or the timed hold expired. And of course, over here on exit reason, you're always going to get the reason why the conservative mode closed it out. So those are the 3 primary: stop loss, profit target, or timed hold. Now the 2, what I like to refer to as audibles or options for the AI, come in the form of profit save and reduce risk. In other words, if we take a peek at Frog, we can see the entry point here, 61.58. Now the shaded area coincides with the time spent in the trade in conservative mode. So we got a little sideways action. In other words, the trade was moving in our direction. We get a little sideways action. These profit saves and reduced risk. By the way, there are no reduced risk today. They're more like a modified trailing stop. So as soon as we get a little ebb and flow here, we see that Frog was closed out in conservative mode, and the reason was profit save. Okay. So, the question also related to percentage values and dollar value. So currently on PCAR, if we're up $705 on the capital allocated here, all right, that's a 7.2% move that we would be up in that position, and the dollar amount is reflected in the dollar amount columns. Now, having said, having laid out all the 5 exit reasons for conservative mode, now let's talk about moderate mode. Moderate mode is a lot simpler. It's just going to put in a stop loss. And if that stop loss does not get hit, the system will hold the position until approximately 5 minutes before the close. Okay? So stop loss is the only thing in play in moderate. None of the other factors like profit save, reduce risk, or profit targets come into play there. Now lastly, aggressive is simply putting the position on and holding it until 5 minutes before the close with no stops, profit targets, or anything. Definitely the riskiest way to trade. But we simply like to display how each and every one of these modes performs on a daily basis. Therefore, we can go back and look at, okay, what was the market doing that day? Was it going up and down? Was it up for the day? Was it down for the day? Was there a lot of ebb and flow? So a lot of the times we can make correlations. Okay, market's doing this. I feel like taking a little bit more risk today. I'll go in moderate mode. Or, we're at a very precarious spot in the market. We got some sideways action trying to form here after that last new high from yesterday. Popped a new high today. Maybe we'll go sideways for a while. All right. And if we go sideways for a while, you'll notice differences in the way the AI performs and so forth and so on. So those are the differences between conservative, moderate, and aggressive profit. Now, while we're on the topic of the AI, we get the question all the time. Is it possible just to make money if I turn the AI on and let it do its thing? And the answer is yes, sometimes. Okay. Sometimes that works. Other times that does not work. The AI is a trading system, just like any other trading system. It's going to have its down days. But what you're seeing right here is my Brokerage Plus. I'm connected to the simulated trading for trade ideas, right? And we can see here all of the AI trades and how they're doing today in conservative mode. Once again, all of these values are the same as what we were seeing in the other panel, risking $100 per trade. The cool thing about the simulated mode here is we typically get some good slippage. So, and I'm looking at the PCAR right now. We can see the AI price of 92.85 right here. Check out my fill price, 92.82. Doesn't happen very often, but that's what we call positive slippage. I got a better price by 3 cents than the AI. Now let's take a look at AA here, 2064. That was a short. AI got 2067. I got a 3 cent worse price. That's more along the lines of what's typically expected. I took a 3 cent slip on AA. Let's look at Frog. 61.59. Okay. Only took a penny of slippage in Frog. AI's marking 61.58. I've got 61.59. Right on the money on BWEN. 10 and 10. What about ATHA? That was one of the first trades out, I think. 21.33 on the short. And positive slippage. There was a lot of jerky action in that first 15 minutes is what this is telling me, because I'm seeing an abnormal amount of positive slippage, which, hey, we'll take that when it comes along. All right, let me catch up on questions here. Got a big crowd, so they're coming in a little bit more fast and furious than normal. Cozy, no, I am not Canadian. I'm actually a Texan, born and raised. What do I think about A, B, and B? Okay, let's pull it up here, take a peek. But you're correct. Canadians are very polite. In general. Okay, Airbnb, an IPO from not too long ago. And look at the action. You know, here we are looking at daily. Get my pointer out here. This is the entire history for Airbnb. So what was that date back there where we went IPO? The 10th of December. What do we open at? 146. Ran up to 164 and has been doing, you know, this ever since. So here's what I just noticed right off the top of my head. You know, we had a big swoon down on the open, and then it's almost gained everything back, taking a little breather down here to the 10 period, catching it nicely. We also noticed that on the daily, the 10 period, the green line right here, is trying to stay in control as well. Bounced off here, wick down here, coming down here and touching it again. But this is a relatively new IPO. These are all the days that the stock has been in existence. So when we're trying to figure out price action, where it might be going, I like the anchored VWAP, especially when we have limited number of trading days. So we're going to anchor the VWAP here, the volume weighted average price from the first day of trading. And the way that I would do that is I come up here and I click on the anchor, gives me the little arrow, and we're going to click on the first day. Okay, so notice the purple line here, all right? Very interesting. Notice how we breached through the 10 period and came down here and kissed that volume weighted average price. So this is the volume weighted average price for all shares traded since this thing came public. Now we're putting in a wick here and we're trying to reclaim that 10 period, but if there's additional selling in A, B, and B, this is my area of interest right here. I would expect it to potentially hold that line based on what we've seen here. You know, it never really acted as resistance, even coming up here after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of trading, blasted right through it, came back down, acted as temporary support, bled through just a little bit, reclaimed it after a couple of days, and has been above it ever since. So this is what I would identify as, you know, first area of potential support, second area of potential support. If we get a close below that purple line, then we might see further downside action, but that remains to be seen. So definitely an area of interest at the purple line there, kind of butting up to the, we'll just call it the 149, the 150 area, would be definitely an area of interest. All right. Let's see, Tripper, getting back to your other question. So the number of shares that traded the AI today and also the stop loss limit is also a variable. Okay, yes. So the stop loss that's established for each and every trade is based on the strategy that is producing the trade. Now I drug my AI strategy window over here and you can see these are all the strategies that made the cut for today's trading session after the AI crunched all of its data after the close last night. Now you'll notice just because a strategy makes the cut does not necessarily mean it's going to produce any trades. Basically half of the strategies today have produced 0 trades. And we can see Sunrise Mover, 2 from float on, 2 from breakout long, and of course only 1 signal from each one of these other 4 strategies. So let me see here. The question was, right, so the variable for what you're seeing here in these numbers are all based around me risking $100 per trade. Now how do we set that up? Well, we go into Tools from the TI toolbar, we go to Options, we go to AI Trade Size, and here you can see risk based on stop loss, $100. Therefore, based on whatever the stop loss is for each and every trade, once again based around the strategy. So if we focus our attention over here to the stop loss column in the strategy column, we can now see what the stop loss levels are that are being used to calculate that stop. Above the low, R3 pivot area, a lot of R3 pivot areas. Down here we have a smart stop. So a lot of the strategies will have the same type of stop parameters, but some will be different. Based on that stop parameter, when we click on the trades, we'll see those identified. Like if we go back to PCAR, 92.85 was the entry. The stop at the time was 91.88, based off of sunrise movers above low stop. So that's how the stop loss is derived, depending on how big. Obviously a smaller stop loss is going to afford you to be in more shares. A larger stop loss is going to result in less shares. So Tripper, hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, Lee, your question, what broker would you recommend to use that works with TI and low slippage? Well, low slippage, when we're talking about slippage, there's slippage in both manual trading and automated trading. In other words, let's say I'm watching my little ticker here, stocks hitting highs with high relative volume, ONCS. So the last time ONCS popped a high would be in this current 15-minute candle. These were the previous highs. We just popped that high. Now, when I see it come through at 654, and then I size up the chart, and then I decide to buy it, if that stock kept on moving, well, then I'm going to take some slippage on it. In this case, if the alert price was 655, we noticed that it just took a pullback. So I could technically get a better price than the alert. That's all hunky-dory, but the main factor is we want the trade to work, right? So when we're talking about slippage and different firms, meaning, okay, Interactive Brokers, that is currently the first broker-dealer that we enabled Brokerage Plus to work with, all right? But we're currently testing Ameritrade and E-Trade, and they should be online soon. So let's say you're automating the AI or you're automating your own strategies, right? As we were looking earlier, let's just take a look at one more stock here, 131.98. Okay, PG is a great example of normal slippage in a rather large stock. We can see the AI marked its price at 131.93. That's when the alert went off. But by the time my automated system got the fill, stuck the order out there, I paid $131.98. So I took a 5-cent slip, which isn't bad on a larger dollar stock like that. But when we're talking about slippage between Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and Ameritrade, I can't say this for certain, but I would expect it to be pretty similar when we're dealing with a large retail outfit. Okay, IB just happens to be the largest retailer because they take foreign clients as well. That's why we went with them first. And back when we started the Brokerage Plus project, they also happened to be the lower commission broker dealer. So it just made a lot of sense. Well, we all know what's happened in the interim with the $0 environment coming into play. That's why it's going to be very exciting when we do get E-Trade and Ameritrade rolled out to the public. Because, hey, if you're not paying a commission, that makes a huge difference in your bottom line. They're all big retailers, so I would expect slippage to be similar to what it is at IB. Now, this is in demo mode, paper mode, but I've run plenty of automation through IB, and the slippage is pretty accurate to what you see in the simulator here. No guarantee, but it's a pretty good simulation. But I can tell you this, Lee, I'm chomping at the bit to get started in the Ameritrade environment. E-Trade, Ameritrade, pick your poison. But that's where I'm going to do a little bit of automated trading once it is ready. All right, Mike, reading your S&P question here. Where can I find a simple list of the NASDAQ or NASDAQ 100? All right, well, let's just take a peek here. It's been a while since I looked at those lists. Typically, what I'll tend to do is just generate my own just to make sure it's updated. I don't see it residing over here already. Let's see, Holly. Um, well, there's the Russell 2000. That's not what you're looking for. The spider sectors, but just the S&P in general. It's not going to be in sectors. iShares, spider. Okay, well, let's just do this real quick. That's going to be... Let's just blank out a top list here. Well, we're definitely getting a list when we point to SPDR, but somehow I doubt that's going to be, I don't know, that's what I would think initially. Those are the daily. Could have swore we used to have a S&P list in here, as well as a NASDAQ. I see they added the coronavirus list. I'm not seeing it, Mike. Not seeing it in just the NASDAQ list. Wait. There we go. S&P 500. But not seeing the NASDAQ in there. Unless my eyes are just playing tricks on me. So yeah, on the NASDAQ, I would assume your best bet is just to create your own list there. I wish I had a better answer for you, Mike. Jatinder, I think Barry said the issues in the room have been resolved. The only way to know is to go and try and log in there, see what you got. Gremlins in the system this morning causing some issues. Rare, but it happens. Okay, Mike, regarding your question about my favorite window as of late, I would have to say that would be Steve's window, the A table, okay, showing us these technically and fundamentally strong stocks, okay. Some of these will have already had moves, but I've enjoyed lately using this version. I just modified it a little bit. Let's see. I think it's this version. Okay, notice there are less stocks on here. If we look at the original configuration here, Steve just got minimal filtering in play. Stock composite rating minimum of 85, 10% short float, average daily volume on the 3-month, right at 400K. The only thing I did is I added some lifetime range metrics here. Because notice our CUS, I just pulled up at random, like right here at this little breakout level would have been of interest to me because it's popping out to all-time highs. So in order to slim the list down to candidates that might be getting ready to do that, what I've done here is I've used position and lifetime range, has to be in the upper 5%, but not more than 1% past its ATH. So when we start taking a look at these guys, notice this guy. It's just pecking around up here, wicking out at all-time highs. But look what's in control. 10 period, when that failed, the 20 period catched it, or caught it. Then it's right back up here pecking at highs. So I have clearly defined risk levels here whether I want to use this wick level or this moving average, or maybe now that it's popped out, if I want to take lower risk, I could use the 10 period. Take more risk, I could use the 20 period. But it's already told me it's acting as a temporary area of support here. So the list gets a lot smaller. Oops. We got similar action in FUV, all-time high, going to be right up here. Area of interest. How's it behaving at the 10 period? 10 period seems to be in control of FUV. I think Barry was just talking about FUV right when I came into the room here. So it just allows me to pick some very nice spots, take some very, what I feel is moderate risk, and get some good movers. Let's see, the last one that I took from this play was Eli, right here. So far it's working nicely. That little breakout area, Eli, boom, 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 working well. Taking a little breather today, but that's natural, not too far from all-time highs. Let's go through a few more of these. But let me just check the questions panel here. Sal, I'll get to your question in just a second. All right, we're not overloaded here, so we'll just take a peek at some more of these. RPD, okay, another one that I find interesting here on a break through that all-time high. We get some conviction there. Notice the 10 period and the 20 period kind of coalescing here, both acting as nice areas of support. So, not a bad one to keep an eye on. Tell you what, let's pull up my price alerts here. Okay, so these are some price alerts, very similar to what you're seeing here. I think they've been up at most about 10 points throughout the past week, right? A lot of ebb and flow. You got your winners and your losers, but it's the overall point total. And like I said, I think these have been up as much as about 10 points from the 11th. ESTC, let's take a peek. All right, a little bit past what I like to see. Not really interesting, basically. No identifiable pattern. This one, semi-interesting. I mean, that's kind of a big swoosh down, a lot of energy expenditure to get back up here, but that doesn't mean it might not work. Looks like the 10 period's in control. It's just not near as pretty. Chug, a little prettier. RH, more my style here as we consolidate sideways here. 10 periods in control. Not too much room in between here and here. So Mike, I hope that satiates you. This is definitely one of my more favorite methods of picking swing trades at the moment. Okay, Sal, where do I find aftermarket scanners? Okay, a good place to go, Sal, would be to scroll to the bottom of the list here. Let's see, where is my after hours? There we go. Just click on the little cityscape here, after hours, for post-market action. What you're going to find here are 3 windows. These windows are all designed to function post-market, and as you can see here, we've got most up and down in the post-market volume leaders, which you might have a little bit of overlap here, and then post-market movers. So these windows will light up as soon as the market closes. This window will become active. These guys will update as well. So a great place to go, Sal, for aftermarket. And of course, we've also got the pre-market channel as well. So, Sal, let's say you come over here. You're like, well, this is great, but I don't want to have to go back over here each and every time. I want to have some of these post-market windows in my default layout. So just like any channel, any window that you want to grab so that you can make it part of your default layout, you could just right-click, say save that to the cloud. Do the same thing for any other windows you want to collect here. Then when I come over here and I load my default layout back up, well, that didn't work, did it? What did I do wrong? There we go. So now we're back in my default layout. And let's say I want to spawn those windows I just captured. We just load from the cloud, and you'll see those two windows right up here. Most up and down in the post market. Click on it, load it. Now I can find a home for it wherever I'd like that to be each and every time I spawn my software. But just keep in mind, once you make changes to a window or rearrange your windows, it's always a good idea to come over here, hit File, Save Layout, save it as your default layout, and then it's done. All right, Tripper, your question, what's the best broker to use in Canada that can be used with trade ideas? Well, based on the fact that two of our team members, Barry and Michael Noss, are both residing in Canada, and I know that they both use interactive brokers. Can't necessarily say that's the best, but it seems to be the most popular. I know that some of the other brokers don't allow Canadian clients. I think Ameritrade or E-Trade, don't quote me, I don't know which one for sure. But interactive brokers is definitely one that will function when opening a Canadian account. But you know what? Barry might have more useful information on that topic than myself. All right, Jatinder, are TI folks going to fix the charts? They need a major upliftment. Well, I guess depending on your definition of quote unquote upliftment. So a word about our charts. You probably noticed that our charts don't update as fast as maybe some of your other charting packages that update in real time, second for second. Our charts update, I think, approximately every 8 to 10 seconds. Little backstory on charting. We were a scanner first and foremost when we came online in 2003, and for a very long time, we did not have charts. I think we started integrating charts around the 2015, 2016 time. I might be off by a year or so, just kind of spitballing from my memory. But we kept getting requests for charts. So we're like, yeah, okay, we'll go ahead and add charts. But they're not going to be as fast as your real-time charts, okay? That's just the nature of the beast. So if you need tick for tick, very fast, second for second charts, you'll probably need to seek out another charting platform as hours update every 8 to 10 seconds. In other words, charts aren't our main concern. We're a scanner primarily, AI, all that good stuff. But then we just added charts for those people out there that might enjoy using them and not having to pay an additional fee. If you don't need second for second charts, they do great. If you need real-time tick for tick charts, then you'll probably be happier with a different platform. Can you share the link on the A table? Absolutely. And once again, anytime you want the A table, if we're not in session here, you can always go to the Traders Vault over here. It's going to contain the A table, but I'll gladly drop the cloud link into the chat window here. All right, that link has been dropped into the chat. All right, just catching up on questions again. On the A table, well, let me revive that one because I don't want to misquote you. It was the lifetime range. All I did is I added the lifetime range filter, and I used 95 on the min and 101 on the max to show me those stocks that might be in the right position for a breakout. And typically on the A table, Jatinder, sort by score, right? The higher the score, the better. But then again, it has to coincide with the pattern that you're looking for as well. I'm looking for breakouts. Other people might be looking for pullbacks, so take that for what it's worth. All right, one fix it. I'm having trouble understanding the sell strategy on the back test. Yeah, I'd have to see that scan to understand what might be going on there. One fix it. Now, when you say, can you explain the risk management and exit strategy better, you're talking about the panels in the back tester, correct? Yeah, Sam, regarding your question, how often does the short float refresh? That's dependent on our data provider. And I want to say it's every 4 weeks, might be every 2 weeks. I'll have to back channel somebody on that and get a more solid answer. There are a lot of people out there bucking for real-time short interest. Um, as far as I know right now, it does not exist in the way that it's reported to all of the quote providers or the quote co-locators. All right, we'll see what they come back with on the refresh on the short float that we display. All right, one fix it. I'll pull up that back tester in just a minute. Let me see if I can sort through the rest of these other questions before we get into back testing, because once you open the back tester up, it tends to be a time hog here. Yeah, Botox for charts, Mike. Might have to do that. And yes, Tripper, IB, the commission is too high because, well, there is a commission. Margin limit is less. Okay, so here's the modified version, Cloud Link. For your pleasure, Mike C. MYTE. Well, let's pull it up here. Ooh, we got a newborn here, huh? Okay. So today is the first day of trading. What do we open at? 35.85. And since we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, an hour of trading, your only go-to here really is to anchor the VWAP. No big surprise there, you know. Will it hold or will it give way? You know, for 45 for an hour it's held, but there's really just such a little amount of time that's developed thus far. You know, flip a coin at this point, I would assume. What is this? Netherlands company? No idea what they do. Let's see, operates a holding company. Ooh. That's par for the course, you know, with all the SPAC deals. When I say SPAC, looking down here at SFTW, I see that plus sign that tells me it's a warrant. But if I just remove the plus sign, SFTW. Oh, look, Osprey Technology Acquisition Corp. Okay, getting a big lift today, actually. All right, these SPACs have been on fire. It's kind of a different way to do an IPO. Do an IPO without really doing an IPO. It's legal. It's in vogue now, so you're seeing a lot of these SPACs hit the market. So on might, flip a coin right now as to whether that anchor VWAP will hold. That is correct, Mike, on that modification for the A table. Yeah, let me scroll back up, Indy. If I missed your question, I apologize. Okay, I think this is it. How are you? Like to add customized column to B plus for today, P&L. Max PNL times 100. Well, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be possible to add. When we come over here to B+, I'm not certain we can add custom formulas into B+ columns at this time. For alert windows and top list windows, yes. But as far as inserting custom filters into B+, don't think that's going to be possible. You're talking about max P&L times 100. Would definitely need a custom, but there's just no way to insert that, because when I go to columns here, notice the available columns are not all the filters. We'd have to have all the filters for the custom to show up here. So unfortunately, that is not going to be doable. And let's see if anybody came back on my short float question. Yep, every 2 weeks seems to be the consensus. And that comes from the exchanges. The exchanges don't pump out short float interest in real time. They wait 2 weeks and they pump it out, then everybody assimilates it. So it's kind of a screwy deal, because why can't it be in real time? Your guess is as good as mine. Okay, KR's question. Can you share a scan that would have columns like breaking out previous 15 minutes, 30 minutes, etc.? Thanks. Columns in that capacity. Well, in the 15 and 30 minute time periods, I would just go to change. Okay. So if we wanted them to be breaking out on those respective time periods, we could say, okay, change in the prior 30 minutes. Of course, if we go to our in words tab and we go 100, okay, price was up at least 100% in the past 30 minutes. Okay, so we can dictate how much we want the stock to be up, but that might not be what you're asking for. So I'd have to go to an alert window for the same time frame, but highs. So if I go to 15, we can ask for 15-minute highs, which technically is a breakout for that 15-minute period. Same thing for the 30 minutes. Because I don't think we have that in position. But let's see here. I might be wrong. Yeah, notice position and range. Yeah, we can do that. Position in 15-minute range. Not change, but position in 15-minute range. Or position in 30-minute range. We could add that as a column. So, for example, on this A table list here that's modified, if we wanted to see stocks that were breaking out of the 30-minute range, well, position in 30-minute range with a value of 100 here, that would ensure that it's popping out to a 30-minute high. 100% above the low, meaning hitting a high. And then if I showed that as a column, then we've got a very small list here. Okay. If we go look at 30 minutes, it was at its 30-minute high, then it backed off. Looks like RPD is at its 30-minute high. Of course, these are 30-minute candles, keep in mind. Okay, Fix It Man. I think we're at the bottom of the list here. Well, they just keep piling in here. Okay, so I tell you what. The panels are the panels, right? Don't necessarily have to show your scan to everybody. Um, but getting back to your question, all right. Here we have the entry, the timed exit, right? So instead of me scrolling all the way back up, if you just want to tell me where to go, and we can put it through the paces here. And I'm trying to find your original question, but it seems to have scrolled off since we have so many questions with a big crowd today. Or you could, well, I know you want to keep your scan private, but if we just run I'm just going to hit buy randomly here just so we have a data set to get up on the screen. So your question was within which tab here? When we go to run again, entry time, pretty straightforward. We just designate the times that we want to take trades. It's the start and the end time, timed exit, intraday up top, swing trade down here at the open or at the close after multiple days, and risk management. Okay, so what specifically about timed exit? So in other words, if we say, okay, let's say we want to try to develop a strategy with a 90-minute hold time, hour and a half intraday. So if we have a timed hold with no stop loss or profit target, then the trade would simply exit after 90 minutes. If we attached a stop loss, in this case, just leave what's in there in there. Got a 90-minute hold time or a $1 stop loss. It's whatever occurs first. If you get stopped out, boom, that's going to trigger. If you don't get stopped out, 90 minutes rolls around, it's going to exit for you. And then if we fold in a profit target, now we have 3 potential exit criteria: timed hold, profit target, or stop loss. So once again, it's always which happens first. So if we do have profit target, stop loss, and a timed hold, whichever happens first is going to take you out of the trade. As far as advanced goes, we could add yet a 4th exit criteria. I could say, okay, in addition to my timed hold, stop loss, and profit target, let's say this is a long strategy. I could click configure here and say, okay, if the stock hits a low, let's also have that exit act as an exit criteria as well. So now I'm using a timed hold, a stop loss, and a profit target, or if that stock hits a new low for the day, it's going to get me out. And then of course down here is just the number of days that we want to backtest. Okay, does the profit target mean actual profit or cents per share? Well, if we cruise back over to risk management, notice I've got the dollar tab checked over here. So if I had a profit target of $1, if you were in 100 shares and made $1, that would equate to $100, right? If I had a profit target of 50 cents and we were trading 100 shares, I would have made $50 if that target was hit. Now, if you want to work in percentage, all you do, check the percentage box. Okay, use an amount of 2%, 1%, so forth and so on. And of course, 2% of whatever your, whatever the stock, if the stock moved against us 2%, we use the stop loss of 2%. Boom, that's what would get you out. So real easy to toggle back and forth between dollars and percentage. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, Storpy, just backtracking to your question. When you guys make those trades of the week recommendations, Are you taking into account fundamentals as well as technical charts, or are they based simply on the charts? All right, well, Steve is our Trade of the Week guru, who's been doing quite well since inception, I might add. He always typically displays the window that generated the symbol. I know that a lot of them happen to come from the A table. All right, and once again, what is the A table keying off of? The A table is keying off of the score. Okay, the score is a proprietary filter that we invented, which takes into account technical strength as well as fundamental factors as well, like profitability, earnings growth, so forth and so on. So that's what makes the score filter unique. It's folding in technical and fundamental factors to arrive at the score here. So hopefully that makes sense, Storpy, regarding the trade of the week. And correct one, fix it. If you had 500 shares and you made a dime, that's 50 bucks gross. Assuming you had a profit target in there. All right, and Zero, I'm just catching up here looking at your question. Okay, first question was, is there any setting where I can catch a parabolic move with at least X% away from the VWAP and X amount of relative volume? Absolutely. Let's just see what Wimmy's doing today. Now, when you say parabolic, we have to, go to what time frame, okay? Talking about parabolic on the intraday, parabolic on the daily, parabolic on both intraday and daily. Well, if we look at Wimmy right here for, that's a big candle on the daily, as it tries to, it's the writing's on the wall here just from a very simple standpoint here. If it gets some legs going all the way back to this candle from August 6th, we might have 10 bucks written all over it. We'll just have to wait and see. But look, it's had quite the move this morning as well. So what if we just attached a VWAP filter here just to see what its VWAP divergence is? Show the column. Okay, so look, Wimmy, as it was popping this high, 11.8% away from VWAP number 1. Okay, so Zero, I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but for example, this window here has got the first part of your equation. Okay, it's asking for high relative volume of at least 4. Now, if I duplicate this window and I say, you know what, instead of using new high as the alert, let's use positive VWAP divergence. And of course, everybody's magic number is going to be a little different. Oops, wrong one. Positive VWAP divergence. Now we can dictate the minimum in the box here. So some people like, okay, it has to at least be a 3% VWAP divergence. Some people might request more or less, but we'll just throw 4 in there. And this is going to give you some things that are in a pretty good uptrend here. Now, once again, depending on the time frame that you're referencing here, there might be a little tweaking in order. Look at that big candle right there on the 15-minute time frame. A little retest, 10 periods in control, eventually back to new highs here. So we can use that VWAP divergence alert, couple that with some relative volume. You can see some of my leftover filters here. I'm requesting not too big of a float, 40 million. Had to have traded at least 100,000 shares today. And then using that VWAP divergence of at least 4%. And of course, Not everyone's going to be what you're looking for, but settings of this nature should point you to some good parabolic moves depending on your time frame. Okay, in 5-minute time frame. Okay. Yeah, so AZRX, if we shrink this down to 5 minutes, you know, that's a heck of a 5-minute opening candle. Not too bad on the second one there as well. So there's a lot of different ways to find this type of event, especially if you're looking at such a small time frame. Another thing for that small time frame would be the change filter. Change in 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute. Of course, we can work in dollar amount and percentage. So you could always say, okay, also, show me anything that's moved up 1%, 2%, 3% in a 5-minute period, right? So you might have VWAP doing it for you on one thing. You might have a top list with that change 5 minute, looking at the larger values in column form. But lots of different ways to skin that cat for those quick moves. Is it that time already? Barry, did you start streaming already? Let's see here. Somebody's asking if I can hear and see their screen. I don't think so. Let me look. All right, pleasure. No problem. So Barry, I think that's you asking me if you can hear and see your screen. Right now I'm still connected. It's about 5 minutes till the top of the hour. All right, sorry guys, just getting a little backed up here. Always a pleasure, Mike. Okay, so this guy right here is the one you're referencing. Let's see here. We'll just say VWAP divergence of 4% and high rel volume. And we'll drop that cloud link right in. Per Mike's request. There you go. Yeah, zero consecutive 5-minute candles is another way to find those things, but I think you're going to have better luck looking for the, minimum VWAP divergence of 3, 4, 5%, as well as the change filter. So for example, if I just pull up a random top list here, this top list is looking for extremely high relative volume of 10. But if I popped change in the 5-minute, just as a percentage, just showed the column with no minimum, then I could see if anything was doing anything crazy on the 5-minute time frame here. Nothing is at present. ITP 0.6%. But I can tell you if I loosen this up, probably get a lot more candidates on there. Okay, SDPI. Check out that bad boy. All right, just moved up 5.3%, and that was in this 5-minute candle here, and then it's doing it again now. So once again, just by simply adding the change to a top list, depending on your filtering, you're going to get a lot of things that are making big moves in the 5-minute period. So SDPI, let's check it out. Oil field, yeah, got a nice healthy relative volume of 5.3. Obviously it's a sub $1 stock, but hey, 83 cents to 92, approaching 10% there. 10% is 10%. Doesn't matter if it's a dollar stock or a $10 stock or a $100 stock. All right, I'm seeing some rumblings from Barry. I think he's about to start a stream up again and reclaim the MC. All right, Barry tells me he is streaming. All right, so thanks everybody for popping in. I'm going to kick it back to Barry now. You guys have a great rest of the trading day.
Look at that. I mean, that is what a huge, huge move for FUV. Huge move. All right, Mortimer. All right, guys, I'm back in the YouTube feed. You guys can hear me? Just getting ready to do my video. Look at this, man. I mean, so much is happening. Here's Seal, SEEL. Look at the volume that's coming in. It's not a low float, 48 million. Loud and clear. Okay, excellent. Okay. Thank you, Jamie. Sorry about that. I thought I was trying to answer zero, wondering why didn't he hear me? That's because I wasn't in the room. So while you guys were listening to Jamie, some of us in the other room traded WIMI, got in. Here was the alert for WIMI at 825, and I waited a bit and then got in right around this 828 level. It zoomed up to 888 before it finally came down. So it's quick. It may not be over completely, but it's a pretty big pullback. 2 bar on the 5 minute. So that is again from that wonderful, wonderful options play. Unusually strong options. I mean, listen, it's to the point where it's almost all I'm looking at now. I mean, I love my watch list. I mean, it obviously produced some incredible moves too. BBIG, QTT, BZH, ADTX. But I'm really loving this options. All right, guys, so it is now just a little after 1 o'clock. So I'm going to do my video now. So I'm just going to pop the link if you want to subscribe to my videos that I do every day. I'm going to pop the link in. Yeah, FUV was the trade of the week a few weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I guess. All right, if you want to subscribe, all you have to do is click on my homepage link, and where it says recap videos, just click here. Come on. And you can subscribe to them right here. Okay? And they usually go out, I do it, and then usually a couple of hours after I finish the videos, they get sent out to your email. Another free service from Trade Ideas. Okay, I shall put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back. Okay, what do we have now? The next up, SDPI. What are you doing? Yeah, so this is one of those underdog. Don't like it. Don't like the way it's got a lot of resistance. Maybe just over $1. So the oofing guy. What chart are you talking about? So when you say what happened to it, you mean why is it moving higher? I don't know. No, I don't see any specific news. Somebody mentioned something to do with Sun W, but I don't know. If that was your question, what happened to it? Like why is it moving higher? I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, obviously it's EV, but I'm looking at the rest of them. Solo actually though did have a nice move. At the end, I mean, it did have a nice move on percentage basis. I'll bet it was almost the same as FUV when you look at the bottoms here, in terms of on a percentage basis. Is that what it is? New CEO? Why am I not seeing this? Are you saying for FUV or solo Nimblejack? New CEO. Oh, Sun W. Oh, neither. Okay. Ship. Yeah, I mean it's again, it's in this sector that every now and then this sector gets super hot. I mean, you can see way back here, but again, what is it? What's the high last week? Was $1.05. I mean, and there's a high of 125. So I mean, obviously, if it can get through all this, then it has a shot to get up to the 330 level, I suppose. Okay, so this ACHV has not really pulled back. Not severely anyway. ACHV, so another one of these low floaters. Hometown, Vancouver. Okay, I'll pop in to see you later on. So 1348 is the next high looking left. Not the next high, but it's just above that high. And so the next high looking left is way up here. I mean, way up here. Again, don't want anybody to misconstrue what I'm saying. When I say the next high is up there, doesn't mean I don't mean it's going to get there. We're just trying to take out any sort of resistance that we may see on a chart. And we don't want to see the potential. That's all we're looking at, the potential, without any chart blocking. Okay, the filter chart. Are you talking about the options, Ufing guy? Okay, the one in the top middle. Give it a name. I mean, they're all names. So what are you looking at exactly? What is the name of it? I don't know what you mean. Like the top middle. I mean, here's the top middle. If you're talking about these, you can access them from my homepage in the channel bar. Not my homepage. I'm sorry. New channel bar, and then Barry's watch list. Are you talking about these? Actually, Unfi is on my watch list. I don't think it's triggered. No, it hasn't triggered. It is on the watch list though. And the reason it hasn't triggered, the relative volume is too low. Okay, that's why it's not going to trigger. However, it doesn't mean, it's on the watch list because it looked like this, because it had all this room. Okay, but it hasn't triggered. You don't absolutely need a trigger, but that's why it's not showing up here. The overall volume is good, but the relative volume has to be at least 1 for it to trigger here. But yeah, I mean, look, there's the highs right here, 23.38. 20 is exactly what I saw last night when I said, okay, I'm adding this to the watch list, because look at the potential room it's got. It hasn't really moved though. I mean, 28 cents. I mean, it hasn't really moved. Meanwhile, ACHV continue. Oh, did I miss this one? All right, so the next high looking left, I mean, this has still got a lot of room. The ACHV. However, I'm now going to keep an eye on ATOS. However, let's take a look. 187, 175, 184, 227. It's not beautiful, It's got little areas where it could stall. The first area really is trying to get through 2. So why I'm talking about it, it is on the options list. Okay. But they're not, just because it shows up, or it doesn't mean you just jump into the trade. So I'm not in love with it. And it's a pretty big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. Yeah, we talked about TAL earlier. TAL, China Education Stock. Yeah, it was a huge run, yes. Okay, Ufing guy, it's really hard for me. Maybe it's hard for you to see. Does it not have a name? That one. The watch, okay, so all 3 of these are accessible from if you click on new from the toolbar, and then channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list, okay? That's where you get these 3. Now, again, before you do that, make sure that you save, if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save that to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. But then you could take these windows, if you want, and then you could save them to the cloud, bring back your layout, bring back these layouts, and then incorporate them if that's what you want to do. Well, here's another one. Haven't seen this one for a while. Cheetah Mobile, or Cheetah Mobile. Through the 200-day, 216 is the 200-day moving average. So it could stall it. This could stall it right there, 224, 223. So some highs right there. If it can, it's not beautiful. Again, when I say that, it's just that there's little areas that it could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to. It could just easily scream right through, but FUV, oh man. And another one. No, this is a cheap. No, it's not cheap. I'm sorry. ONCS. Here's another one. Look at the volume coming in. Another one though. Look left on that daily chart. 640. What? Sorry, 713 is the next high looking left. So I mean, listen. If it can get through, that 7 area, I mean, it's got a ton of room. I don't see. I have to back out this weekly chart to see what sort of resistance there is. Now I have to go back a couple of years before we start seeing those levels. I mean, that might be resistance. It's hard to say. Yeah, I'm a little bit interested in that FUV short right here. Yeah, I like that. Break takes out right this area here, 2173. This could really cause it to drop. Ija, are you in the YouTube room? I'm diligently holding on to that GSAT. I'm in around 124 from yesterday. Okay, so yeah, I'm holding on. I like it. I mean, I like it because it has, of course, it's got the room. That is correct, Mike. Moving higher? Yes, that is exactly right. Typically don't get too many alerts. I know a couple of days ago we had a lot of alerts from it. About 14 maybe. Typically though, I would say this is more standard in terms of the number. Might get a few more later on, but... And the reason being, I've got some pretty tough filters that the stock has to meet. Seal the deal. SEEL. We just talked about that. This is popping into the momentum up shared. Yes. It's pretty good today. I mean, obviously the QTT, NGL, and the WIMI. They're not all going to be stars. The ATOF, and I always treat each one. These are the company's called Trade Ideas, and it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. These are ideas. So, you construct a scanner. I've got my scanners here. When I get an alert, it doesn't mean, oh, there's a buy. It's an idea. So, of course, what I do is I check to see what does it look like on these longer term time frames. What's the market doing? You know, I can size this up fairly quickly. So when I look at ATOS, yeah, we get an alert at 196, but what did I just say? My examination of it said, well, you know, it's got a couple things. It might be tough to get through 2. I always consider, you know, those whole numbers, especially underneath 5, can be kind of tough to break. Then you look left, keep looking left. And what do you see? 227 is the next high looking left on a weekly chart. I mean, that's not too, I mean, on a percentage basis, listen, if you could get in at 190 and get close to 227, of course. But I'd rather see something cleaner. Cleaner meaning none of this, okay? More like a 45 down and then the pop. So lots and lots of room. Meanwhile, well, we're just talking about this one, popping out of here. I was just saying, this didn't have a big pullback. All right, so FUV did not, so far anyway, did not break down yet. No, Chris, there's no way to do that. It's all or none. All or none, and plus no more than the top 3, right? Going through, you know, listen, if we, you know, let's just say we would do the top 6. And remember, it takes a while to cycle through them. And the top list updates every 30 seconds. So that's why we say the top 3 is probably optimum. I think it spends, what, 4 or 5 seconds on each one. All right, FUV making another little... Meanwhile, ACHV, man, what do they cure? I don't see any news on it. No, I see no news on it. Well, little pause right there. And around 13 before it just zoomed up again for ACHV. Low float. Why does it happen? Well, look at the float, guys. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the term, float is the available number of shares for trading. The lower that, so this is the supply of stock. So if for some reason a stock is in heavy demand, either because of news or whatever reason, I mean, I don't see any news on this, but there's obviously something that is a catalyst that is causing this to move. So we've got high demand, low supply. This is what happens. So Cozy Manuki, Cozy Manuki, I love the name. So you've got a new boyfriend. I feel very left out. I saw your comments about Jamie, so I feel very left out. So FUV, yeah, he's got that nice Texas twang. Well, you can easily. I don't have one. I mean, Brian, there's actually one low floaters on the move. I guess it's one of my. I don't use it anymore. Most of the time, when we see these huge moves, it's because there is a low float. Okay. Now I get it. The QT. I get it. Okay. But I do have one called. If you go to my, can you go to my my homepage? You have the link there. Go to my homepage, and one of them is low floaters on the move. I don't use it anymore because, to be honest, most of these ones in here seem to be low floats anyway, and they're on the move. So I didn't feel I needed a separate screen for that. Okay, so you can try that though, Brian, if you want. I think I've got about a 10 million max float or something. Tan tan. I'm well. How are you doing? Our U.S. friends are saying, "What the heck? Why is he calling? Why is he calling tin tin tan tan?" Anyway, H humanogen. Let's see. Uh, yeah, really. I mean, it's choppy on the daily for me. It's choppy on the daily for me. I don't really see anything in it. I mean, if it, it's very choppy on the weekly, topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, really. I don't have any feel for it. Okay, guys, keep an eye on FUV again, as Real was pointing out. It's been trying to move higher, but now look at this. Look at this now. We've got that big topping tail here on that 15, a little one there, a medium one right there. What does it mean? Remember, buyers had it up here, sellers knocked it down. Buyers had a little bit, sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. At some point, they will give up for a while. For a while. But that while could be, turned into a nice short trade. I have an alert set down here around 75 or so. See if it takes it out. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Oops. right, guys. Yeah, did you see that? Yes. So that worked out so far. So far. Let's see if it, wow, in fact, I got all the way down there. So that worked out so far. All right, so oofing, I don't have them as individual, but I do have it as part of a layout. So that's the best I can do for it. I don't have them as individuals. So best I can do is I can share my layout with you. So what you'll get is what you see on the screen, except for these no repeats. Okay? So make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Okay, before you do this. Yeah, I don't know if it's very good yet, Mike. I mean, the alert's at 196. I mean, it might, listen, last week it was a 90-cent stock, so it's doubled in less than a week. Listen, it's got a shot, I guess, to get to that 250 level if I don't look at these highs. Whole number, yeah. Its whole number is, well, it's moving a little bit. Definitely ATOS, guys. Big volume. Excuse me. It's a big float, but it is traded 33 million shares. It's almost not quite half the float. Four times normal up to this point of the day. All right, guys. So yeah, today is Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock that I'll be attending. Well, QTT has definitely had a rocky run. Down, big up in the pre-market, started to move down, big move up, falling, maybe another leg coming here. Lots of consolidation on the 2-minute chart. Lots of resistance though, right around here and here. That's a problem, that I have sometimes trying to play pullback plays. Especially something like this where I see little areas where it could resist. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of oil names. APP, APA, RRC, HAL. I mean, in the sector anyway. PAGP, Oxy, SLB. I'm just looking at my box, my bouncers and toppers. So all of these stocks in blue are making new lows, and have got they're looking a lot like this. Okay. I mean, look at them all. And I'm sure, yeah, if you take a look at XOP, there's one of the ETFs. XLE, another one of the ETFs, and probably OIH. Yeah, so those are three ETFs right here for the energy sector. FUV, come on, one more leg down, maybe. Okay, guys, I'm just taking a look. What is MRUS? That's nothing. Well, a little bit of volume coming into JNCE. Kind of crazy looking 2-minute chart, but look at the big volume coming in. And down goes BBIG. This is not shortable for me. Okay, so this one, I wonder if we have this one. This looks like it's launched on back here. I'm not sure we have, well, obviously we do. What am I crazy? Okay, one more leg down. FUV. What are your levels, I tell you, real? I mean, I look here, fantasy down to 2065 for FUV. Fantasy. Okay, that's about where I'm looking, right around here. Yeah, I mean that's the low. What are you saying? 2061. Yeah, so this is, yeah, that's about the same. I'm just looking at the eyeball, just eyeballing it. I mean, there it is, 2063 right there. So, did this trigger? No, it didn't. Give me a moment here. I'm just trying to see something. So we've got, some pretty, the PCAR, if you're willing to, that's a fairly high price stock, but PCAR from the AI. So that was almost straight up. Look at this on the 5-minute chart. There was the alert, 92.85. That was almost, well, it was straight up. Remember, at one point this was a green candle all the way up there. That was like an $11 move before it's, pulled back a little bit, and that's the PCAR. When was a little more choppy. There's the alert at 10. I'm trying to see the candle. Don't see the candle. All right, let's induce this one downwards. FUV, let's put an alert right here. Great call by Real to sort of identify the top, the top for FUV. And I don't know, he may have got in a little earlier than I did. I was going to wait for this break right there, 2171, right in that area. Somebody mentioned PLUM a lot earlier. I think I forgot to take a look at it. All right, well, let's induce you underneath 21. Let's go 2096. Yeah, I don't like Palm. I just look at this weekly chart. I just don't like it. Vive! Oh wow! Now look at this one, guys. This is trying to claw back. This had, I remember this. So this is down to 3, and it is trying to come back. VIVE. Big volume just came in. VIVE. Big volume just came in. And this is shortable, way above the channels, as I can see that. And Mr. William on the, it's above. I don't know if you've already shorted it. VIVE. It's above the 5-minute on the Bollinger Band. 5-minute Bollinger Band. I don't know if you've already shorted it. And that's VIVE. All right, guys. Let's see. That marketing meeting will start in about 3 minutes. So... you had that one on your morning watch list? Yeah, I haven't seen this one for a while. Low float, 6 million in the float. By the end of the day, I'm sure this will have traded the float. Well, I'd wait one way or the other. Look, it's basing pretty nicely on the 15. It might pop up, might pop down. So I'd be in no rush. There's the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. Real might say, well, it takes that out. But I don't think there's any rush. You don't know. You just don't know which way this is going to go. The VWAP is 97.41, so I mean that that could move it to the VWAP, I guess. But why do I have this Keltner channel? All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute right now and put up the announcement. I'll be in a marketing meeting. All right. See, it works. You put you put price alerts where you want it to go, and it works. All right. Okay, guys, so I should be on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. And I was just commenting on the CRBP. Um, just as I was it was hovering. Well, let me get it up here. So, it's funny because it was hovering just underneath 500%. And that's why it wasn't showing up. I was looking at this and going, wow, because I saw the option volume. I thought, man, that is a lot of volume, but it was hovering just underneath. I think it was literally at 498%. And then the minute it hit 500, boom, we got the alert. So there it is, CRBP. This is really interesting, guys. I mean, look at the room it has. Now, CRBP, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 256. So this will be on the watch list for sure tomorrow. Let's see if it can maintain this 2 level and start to, attempt to fill in this void, CRBP. Wow. Yeah, what a move. What a move. Yeah, you're absolutely right. $20 move. There's the all-time high right up here. Not that far away. Shook you out of what? What were you trying to do? Go long? This really hasn't broken out yet out of this 15. Trying to go short? It really hasn't broken out. How much does it? Well, it's all relative, okay? So right now, as an example, it's relative volume. I mean, it doesn't mean it's not going to move, but it's still less than 1. So it's not even trading, what it would normally trade, even though 16 million looks like a lot. But remember, you've got a big float of 131. However, I mean, look, it's up a nickel. Right now it's up a nickel. What I'd like to see, what you'd really want to see is that relative volume a lot higher, for then it could really start to move. But it's only, it's not even normal. Even though, again, 16 million looks like a lot, but remember, you've got 131 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. Now it is definitely, I mean, it's come off that bottom. I mean, if it ever really, really, really gets going, I mean, it's got a shot to get to that 3 level. Now, one could say, well, it really has got going. It was 46 cents last month. It's $1.36 now. So I just can't look at it, Aja. I can't look at it. I'm sure you're going to tell me when it's $1. I'm sure you will. You can't wait. This is Aja in the YouTube room talking about CTRM. Nice move on the market. Nice move. It's been a bit of a choppy day. We've had this market was up pre-market. Market opens red candle, recovery, move down, recovery. So it's been a bit of a choppy day. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's a nice $5 pop. Did that get halted? I was just looking, it didn't say a halt on it. Here's one that's moving down. ATHA. Where is the support? We're on 18, right down there in that weekly chart. ATHA. Don't know what's happening with it. 4 million. Well, it's actually underneath the 4 million offering, 4 million share offering at 22. So there's a case where it's quite a bit under, almost 10% under the offering price of 22 for ATHA. Boy, look at it go, guys. ATHA, look at this and volume coming in. I don't know what's going on. Oh, again, it's the financing. They're getting slapped for this financing. ATHA, 4 million at $22, so they're raising $88 million. It's not a big float. So that's one reason they're getting really, really hammered on that financing. And I'm talking ATHA. Well, I mean, that's sort of the case, but I mean, the comment was when a company needs money, they care less about the shareholders. But, there is another side to it, though. I mean, you can look at some of these financings done at, higher prices, and the existing shareholders can say, you know what, yeah, we're not that happy with having our positions diluted, but you're raising the money for all the right reasons. I mean, my guess now is that we've seen many more occurrences of companies that do financings and the price, they open and it's above the financing price. Many more occurrences now. That's why I was sort of not shocked. I mean, it used to be almost 100% that when a company did a financing, that stock would definitely crater it would be below the financing price the first day. We're not seeing that anymore like that. Yeah, there you go. INUV. The and it's not just today though. It was yesterday also. INUV did the financing at 110. I don't think it really. No, I mean there. Sorry, there's the low of yesterday. 170, and the financing's at 110. Now, some of these companies doing financings, when they come out and say, you know what, unless we do this financing, we're going out of business. I mean, obviously that's not good, but. So, guys, I think I want to wrap this up just a little bit early. I do have an appointment that is kind of looming for me, so might want to wrap this up a little bit early. I normally shut down at 3 o'clock anyway, but maybe in 2 or 3 minutes. I will stick around if there's some questions. Just a phrase, just a phrase. Now, somebody just mentioned it. Now, now the volume is starting to come in. Remember that relative volume was about, I don't know, zero point 0.8 or something. Now it's 0.9 or 0.7. Now it's 0.9, and that's because this volume is starting to come in for NOVN. But something is moving this stock, yeah. Novan granted European patent titled Nitric Oxide Releasing Pharmaceutical Compositions. Wow. That's a mouthful. Is that a COVID play? Okay. Oh no, QTT. What's the COVID play? I was talking about NOVN. But no question. I mean, some volume really came in. I mean, when somebody mentioned this earlier, it was right around here, and all of a sudden, look at the volume coming in, and now you see how that relative volume is just starting to shoot up. Yeah, one of the filters, I've asked for this, I don't know, 10 years, is a relative volume percentage filter. If that makes sense. So how rapidly is the relative volume increasing? So yeah, I mean, you could be at 50, you could be at 50% or 0.5, 50%. But what if it's all of a sudden the volume is picking up and you've got a filter in that says, well, I can't, I don't want to see it unless it hits 1, or another filter that is showing the rate of increase of the relative volume. But I've asked for that for, I don't know, probably 10 years. Have a great evening. Before you guys start typing, what the heck is HAGE? All right, guys. So yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to take off now. So we found out why we had the issue with the room. It shouldn't happen again. It was something that was inadvertently done, but it shouldn't happen again. But you know, these things, it is software, so no absolute 100% guarantee. The same thing will not happen again. How's that? So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. It will be open. So I hope everybody has a great evening, and we shall, a second here, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.